interdisciplinarity is driven by the need to tackle complex real-world issues that often span multiple domains. The collaboration fosters innovation, ecosystems, and accelerates the development of new technologies. Interdisciplinary research contributes to evidence-based formulation and sustainable development. So the holistic approach of ID enhances the depth and analysis and interpretation of phenomena. So single discipline research has encountered a bottleneck. More than one discipline is then needed to make a breakthrough. Right? So disciplinary boundaries can discourage interdisciplinarity, where traditional academic structures and departments may discourage collaboration outside established disciplinary boundaries. This is to be expected because change and its management is a gradual process. But we need to focus our eyes on that and look at how we can mitigate. Tenure and promotion criteria also in institutions needs to be looked at so that interdisciplinary work can be incentivized as well. It can be taken to be a meaningful part of professional development. Then communication barriers also discourages interdisciplinarity because of differing terminology where each discipline may have its own special terminology, making effective communication a challenge. But that we need to work through during the planning stage. Then cultural differences. Different disciplines may have distinct research cultures, norms, and expectations that can lead to misunderstanding. So funding challenges could be another issue where we need to secure funding. It is needed for projects that can be from many funding agencies, which may favor traditional and single discipline proposal. Also, resource distribution. Sometimes there are limited resources such as lab space, equipment, which can pose challenges. This can pose challenges, and in the end, that sort of discourages interdisciplinary research. So addressing these challenges requires a concerted effort from institutions because most of the participants here belong to some institution, from funding agencies and researchers, to create that environment that fosters and rewards interdisciplinary research. Let's encourage collaboration, providing training opportunities where possible, and revisiting evaluation and promotion criteria among some of the strategies to promote interdisciplinary research and interdisciplinarity. So, time constraints as well as the complexity in dealing with multiple perspectives and methodologies can discourage, but cultural resistance is also another factor where scholars and institutions may be resistant to adopting new interdisciplinary approaches. And once we're aware of it, then why not try and solve such barriers? Sometimes people want to protect intellectual territories. That's something to be aware of. And evaluation and recognition, I think, plays a huge part where peer review processes may affect the interdisciplinary development. Why? Because of the evaluation and recognition processes within institutions. Then, so when we address these challenges, then we are sure that we are on our way to an establishment of that collaborative and synergistic atmosphere. Signs of good practice here is open dialogue. Let's continue having these workshops. Let's continue presenting. Let's continue giving feedback and collaborative processes. We would like to see more teams, more at a basic level, for example, it's a cooperative where people produce research articles either in pairs or small groups where you see that people are working together and having research output. That means there will be synthesis of knowledge where exemplary interdisciplinary team members will actively integrate divergence and create a more comprehensive understanding of the research problem. That means looking at individuals' skills that we are bringing in here. Someone can have a statistical background, others have the philosophy background. So it is important that we are able to synthesize knowledge. Then the other issue here is that of blending of methodologies. We need to, yes, we are diverse, we are different, but successful interdisciplinary research often involves the blending of methodologies from different disciplines. This will also cater for the members and leads to development of innovative research methods that are suited to address complex and multifaceted issues. So, we also need to look at reflexivity in terms of methodology, where we should critically reflect on the chosen methodology, recognize the strengths and limitations of each, and understand how we complement one another within that interdisciplinary framework, where also good interdisciplinary research demonstrates commitment to addressing real-world problems or challenges. Look at COVID, for example, where a lot of people came together to work through looking at how they could solve these issues, and right from the vaccine trial, vaccine development, vaccine integration. So that shows the power of multidisciplinarity and interdisciplinary work. So skills that one would have to do, would have to possess, is that interdisciplinary mindset, interdisciplinary background, respect for other disciplines. No discipline is superior as it studies only a small portion of matter. Good interpersonal and team building skills will also be necessary, and proactive engagement with other partners, not too ambitious in one's field only. That's why I say interdisciplinary mindset. You must also be interested in a wide range of subjects so that it makes sense. So the core competencies here: interaction with others, engaging colleagues from other disciplines who understand perspectives on research problems, interactive training exercises with scholars from other disciplines such as these workshops, these conferences, attend scholarly presentations by members of other disciplines. Try and make an effort, go to conferences, go to workshops, go to symposia, go to research short courses that can enhance understanding of interdisciplinary requirements. One indication of good multidisciplinary integration is when the research is planned and carried out in a way that fully incorporates intellectual input of all those who are concerned. The scope of the research is altered by fully incorporating viewpoints from other domains. So as a result, researchers frequently create fresh analysis methods and produce novel insights that would not be possible otherwise. So interdisciplinary integration offers significant potential not only to advance knowledge at intellectual frontiers, but also to help solve very complex societal problems. So, in contrast, methods that omit critical viewpoints or fail to integrate them effectively may result in recommendations for action that are insufficient or even counterproductive. So, give and receive feedback. So, in this, I see that in Europe, that's where there have been so many uh, collaborative efforts that have had transcending effects on health, the human brain, which has produced about 3,000 research articles and over 1,500 applications that are now used in research. And I see that in Africa as well, there is energy work on disease control, and I see that there are lots of other examples where there is a lot of collaboration, but perhaps at in a hierarchical manner where it is mostly these big organizations, but they started small, and this conference is a testimony to that. We will start small, but we will become very, very big. So may this conference give the collegiality that we desperately need in academic institutions such as Eudoxia Research University and others. And also, I wish we may coach everlasting networks and professional learning community which will address the society's challenges. Thereafter, we will celebrate success on an international scale. We are already at more than 193 countries. So it is indeed a milestone to celebrate all the time. Best of luck to all the presenters and the others. May we gain in our understanding of research. With this, I want to thank you and welcome all of the participants here present and wish you a fruitful conference. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
Thank you. Thank you very much for such a wonderful presentation in this platform. And may I request you all to give the big hand to our Professor Dr. Caleb Meister, Honorable Vice Chancellor from European Research University, Newcastle, United States of America. So we have seen that one after another, that is getting message, inaugural session, abstract book inauguration, then thereafter we have seen that our collaborative partners also, they are sharing their positive vibes to all. And now we will move forward towards the technical session. Before it, I would like to add here some few points that this second international conference,
Recording in progress,
24, will give you the opportunity to collaborate with each other. As our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Caleb Meister already mentioned, that the multidisciplinary research is the need of the present era to solve the problem. And yes, of course, that no subject is superior and no subject you can consider as an inferior subject. Each and every subject is having its own importance. So we need to identify the problem of the society. We have to see that what are the problems that our humanity is facing, how we can go for give the solution to this problem. These are very important. So therefore, we are always encouraging the researcher, research scholars, academicians, and different organizations to go with a cross-disciplinary partnership to collaborate with each other so that you can really solve the complex and real world problem in this Irtec 2024, I think that it is a great opportunity for all of you. You gotta have the presentation by the academicians from the Asian countries, African countries, and as well as the European countries. It's the combination of the three different continents. And we will have the opportunity to ask the question, to clear our doubt. So the purpose of this international conference is to overcome the challenges that actually will be with the novel ideas and the approaches. Definitely, we have to think outside the box. And then we can find out the way to give the solution. Yes, of course, we can adopt the cutting edge technologies. We need to understand that this is the time, this is the era where we are having the internet, we are having our artificial intelligence, we are having the GPT technology, machine learning, big data analysis, and much more. So let us fostering the environment for the continuous learning, and we can do it together. It's the journey, it's the renaissance that we have to bring it together by the collaboration. We can do it with the support and by global networking and the collaboration. We can build the global network of the researchers, innovators, and of course the industry professionals also. And this network will give us the opportunity to bring the realistic patent to the world. So those who are that in our IET program, those who are in our say Royal Golden Fellow membership, those who are as an FMERU member, lifetime member with our EDOC Services University, Newcastle and EDOC Services Center, India, we would like to request you, please give your contribution to this IRTech 2024. Write down your paper in a very uniqueness so that it will grab the attention of the all researchers and academicians, global academicians. And truly, it's not only the probability of the academic work, it will be that contribution to bring the realistic world, to bring the innovation to the realistic world, and to bring the new and new breakthroughs into the world. With this, we are moving forward to our technical session. So thank you everyone here from all around the world. With the big hands, we would like to again welcome you for our technical session of the Higher Tech 2.0 2024, organized by our EDOC Research University, Newcastle, United States of America, and EDOC Research Center, India, in association with Samarkand Group from India. So thank you everyone. We are moving forward to our technical session.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
So very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the researcher academicians in this platform. And as we have mentioned that ISX 2024 will bring the academicians from the different countries. First, we will have the presentation by our one of the global academician, and he is always having the wonderful presentation coming with the beautiful slides, animated slides we have seen always. And from the Department of the Peace Studies International College, Payap University, Chiang Mai, Thailand, none other than our Dr. Ray Tyser in this platform. May I request you all to welcome Dr. Ray sir with a big hand from our side, and I'm pretty much sure that he will win your hearts with his presentation. So here we will go with our global academicians making numbers of paper contribution, and especially the collaboration with the numbers of scientists, numbers of researchers and academicians all around the world. In his presentation, he is always sharing the need of collaboration and, of course, the multidisciplinary research. Here we go with Dr. Racer. Namaste from our side.
Thank you. Can you see my slides? I'm sharing my slides.
You can see yourself, yeah.
Recording stopped.
It is showing that you are sharing. I think that it will appear. It will take maybe. Yeah, now it is appearing. Yes. Over to you.
Thank you. Conceptual articles, research articles, and review articles.
Recording in progress.
presenting this from Thailand, Chiang Mai, Northern. So the outline of this paper includes discussion about what are the different types of articles in a typical journal. And secondly, who will be the audience of these different articles? Third, what will be the content of these different forms of articles? What are the purposes? How different will the methodology be in each of these different types of articles? How original do we expect these articles to be? And what is the review process? What types of data are collected in the different types of journals? Citation, theory and practice, the focus of these papers, the structure of the paper, the length of the paper, the tone of the paper, the conclusion of each paper, the authorship and publication. All of these are taken into consideration when we look at the different types of articles. We need to take one step back and look at what are the different types of papers presented in a typical international journal. And they are in fact the following. One, it's sometimes called academic article, sometimes called conceptual article. Two, research article. Three, review articles. They are totally different types of articles. In well-established international articles, they have three different sections for these papers. The first one is called conceptual or academic articles. Second one is research article, and usually they end with review articles. So they don't just jumble and put all articles in one place because they are totally different and should be treated differently. So let's go first to conceptual articles, sometimes called academic articles, in comparison with research articles. We'll take a look. So we will compare and contrast. Academic articles, again, or what we call conceptual articles, have the academic community as its primary audience. On the other hand, research articles focus on the work of researchers and therefore appeal to researchers who look at the methodology, the rigor, the ways by which the papers are written, scholars and specialists in the areas. If you're a specialist in mathematics, engineering, and artificial intelligence, they will scrutinize about what you have done at it, which will be very different from academic articles. In terms of content, academic articles can deal with a wide range of issues, but research articles report on original research findings. So that's already a very big difference. Academic articles do not have to be original, meaning the sources are from somewhere else, from which they prepare the article. The purpose of academic articles is to inform students, to educate people, or to give a point of view. For instance, you can read articles from the journals or even from the media, looking at the point of view of Israel, or you can look at from the point of view of Gaza, or from the point of view of the US, or the United Kingdom, or Germany, or South Africa. Whereas in research article, you don't just report on what is out there. You will make a contribution to new knowledge. So the writing will be very different. In terms of methodology, academic articles do not really need a section called methodology, or if they need, not a detailed one. However, research articles require a robust methodology section. Very different. Academic articles are presented to class, to students, to high school, to college, and level students. You just report on what's out there. In research articles, you have to show how did you get the information about women, children, doctors, humanitarian aid workers in Gaza, the IDF, Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, the President, the members of the Knesset, and the very different in an academic or separate article on one and research article on the other. Academic articles are not really original, except that you can give your own final synthesis of how to put things together. For instance, you can say, well, there are valid arguments from Israel, such as self-defense, and Gaza has valid arguments that you have the civilian population who are being attacked, not purportedly the age group. So what are you defending against, the civilian population or the age group? So you are showing two views in your synthesis. You can also give the other view. However, Israel does not really have the right to self-defense because it is an occupier. Occupiers do not have the right because they are foreign entities. Or Gazans don't have the right to complain because it's the age group is hiding under the skirt of the civilian population. Whatever, you can show the two sides of the arguments. In research article, you don't just do that. You have actually, let's say, Médecins Sans Frontières, Reporters Sans Frontières, actually going to Gaza and to the southern part of Gaza, to Israel, to Knesset, and talk to the people, see firsthand, take video documentation, and write about it. So they are written differently, the research process is different, and the publication will yield to different results. So the academic article seems to be detached. I just write what's out there, I put things together. In research article, you actually produce knowledge. You are the knowledge producing. What about the process? Academic articles, can be subjected to review. However, research articles are subjected to robust or rigorous peer review. In some parts of the world, it's 2 reviews. In Thailand, the requirement is 3, minimum reviewers. Of course, we know many places are 2, but each country is different. So Thailand requires 3 minimum to be considered valid review process. I'm not saying one is better than the other. I'm saying they're just different. Sources of data for academic articles, existing knowledge. You go to Twitter, go to Instagram, you go to TikTok, or you go to the mainstream media, ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, Fox News, or whatever is out there. In research articles, you don't do that. You can refer to them, but you actually would fly to Egypt or to Jordan and cross the border and go to Gaza or to Israel and see for yourself. Talk with people, interview people. And then the sources of data of academic articles or conceptual articles are basically secondary sources based on existing knowledge. And research article based primarily on original research data. You gather the information yourself. So they are very different. So you have to explain how you got the information. Because it's primary, you have to prove beyond doubt that your sources are valid, legitimate. That's why you have reliability and validity. You have to do those things as part of the requirement methodology. In academic articles, you don't do that because they're published. You say, if you don't trust CNN, then you're questioning CNN. In research articles, you are questioning the author herself or himself or themselves. So very different sources of information or data that you can have. And if you're looking for statistics, academic articles are okay. I'm looking at the impact of gross domestic product over 33 years on the health and longevity of women. So you go to World Health Organization or National Government Statistics Office. And in research articles, you don't do that. You actually generate own statistics. Very different ways by which data are gathered. And for academic articles, if there are experiments already done, you look at things. experiments already done and already published. So you just write on. There are many articles like this, in fact, like in PubMed. They would say there are many studies about the uh, efficaciousness of the efficacy of the COVID vaccine, Moderna, Pfizer, Johnson and Johnson. So there were tests for Moderna. They said, for example, just speaking from the top of my head, 80% efficacious, and Johnson Johnson 70%, and Pfizer is 90%, with 30,000 participants being vaccinated. So you would just say, therefore, X vaccine is better than the others, but subject to further research. In the research article, you actually conduct your research. You don't rely on existing experiments already done by Pfizer, Moderna, or Johnson & Johnson. You actually generate your own 33,000 persons who are willing to be subjected to vaccination and see how efficacious the vaccines are. You see the difference between a conceptual article or research article. And academic articles rely on already published articles. But research articles, you yourself become a part of the research. In fact, in research, this is called you are yourself an object or equipment or a tool of research. In others, let's say you have computer, you have machinery, you have laser beams. But in research that where you are actually collecting data, especially quantitative, you as a human being, you are a tool of research yourself. So very different treatment. And so you engage in participant observation, interview, focus group. But if you do the experiments or statistics, you would generate your own survey, close-ended questions survey. Okay. So an example of a conceptual article that I have written. This is published in Index in ERIC. It's called Performance and Learning. But where's the social justice, ideology, and human resource development, critical analysis, synthesis, and future research? So this was presented in Indianapolis, Indiana, USA, and was published and indexed in ERIC. So as you can see, I never said anything about participant observation or anything like that. So this is based on the literature. So after gathering the literature, organize all the literature. I say, there are two major findings in the literature about human resource development and adult learning. One, it's production. Many of the instruments and the performance appraisal is performance. How your output. Fine. So it is over measure. Like it don't with fire. Excuse me. But there's also another aspect, learning. So many firms will give budget, full scholarship or partial scholarship to do a master or PhD or MBA or to attend workshops. So this is to enhance your personal growth. So I categorize there are two major goals of human resource development. Something is lacking. It is. What about change? Okay? Or change or no, they don't usually. So I say this is a gap in the literature. So I made this table to show the typology that I created. This is my model. One is production, two is knowledge, and three I added change because it's absent in the literature. And going further, I look at so many hundreds of literature and I organize them into a matrix. So there's conservative human resource development. I classify it not in the literature. There's libertarian human resource development, excuse me, and there's practical human resources. And how do I measure them? So I have all of the criteria in terms of power, what they teach, the audience, the general purpose, specific purpose, the focus, the nature of the work, class analysis, and so on and so forth. I created this another model that I created. So this is showing how different the three types of human resources development are. And I created a new one. Not really there's literature on critical human resource development. But I put all of the literature into this matrix. I created this matrix to compare and contrast the three different types of human resource development. That's one example. So there was nothing that I did not go out anywhere. I just went to the library research and did it. EBSCO, Web of Science, PubMed, Scopus, journals. Excuse me. Another article, it's called the International Political Economy of Nature and Society. Climate Emergency, Climate Justice Development. Again, this is conceptual. This is based on the literature. Okay, so I created my own model. So what are the causes of the crisis of climate change? I say they are here. Fossil fuel produces greenhouse gases. Among them are petroleum, coal, and natural gas, leading to economic globalization, greed, and profit. And we're told to use products produced by the big factories and to buy private cars, so we emit more pollution instead of public transport. In agriculture, you have big companies producing junk food, and consumers have no choice. And all of these lead to crisis of climate change. And the impact will be on health, on coastal areas, biodiversity, agriculture, water, and forests. And then I create exactly the same model, and what are the alternatives? So instead of having fossil fuel, we will mainstream alternative renewable energy. Instead of greed and profit, we will have cooperative model in our society. Instead of climate change, we have the mitigation of climate change in the same areas: health, coastal area, biodiversity, agriculture, water, and forest. Okay? So using the same model, of course, I fill in the blank with the solution. What can we do to change the situation? This was my proposition. All based on literature. This is now a different paper. This is a research article, almost like the conceptual paper earlier. You see, it's called Performance Learning but First Social Justice, based on the literature per se only. But then a research paper is Performance Learning and Social Justice, same variables, but theorizing human resource development. Practice test is reality. In the International Training Office, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. So I work at the International Training Office in the Division of International Affairs in one place in Chicago, and I presented the paper in Indianapolis. And this paper is a product of my actual work with the Human Resource Development Office. Yesterday means in the past, today means at that time when I wrote the paper, tomorrow will be my recommendation. So I gave 3 timelines. So this is it. Again, the same. You have performance, learning, and social justice. I organize this differently, but based on my actual experiences. This is not what the theory says. This is what I actually learned. Okay, so every year we are evaluating on performance. Your performance person. How well did you work? How good are you? Did you produce? I organize many international training programs. Okay, so you perform well. Good. Learning. I also had that. I was very lucky. Every time this professional development, I tell my supervisor, there's a training on teaching techniques. There's a training on how to do PowerPoint presentative files. And then there's training on the different tools for using Excel and so on, SPSS and things else. So my supervisor always said, no, go ahead and learn. I said, because this was the input to my rest. The new things I learned impact my performance. So my supervisor was there. So that's learning. So I was very lucky. My supervisor gave me all the opportunities I needed to learn. It's called professional development. Then social justice says, among other things, says, do you listen to the people who work for you? In fact, yeah, and my supervisor does. In fact, we prepared a lot of project proposals, and we work in parts. I remember for the project proposal for Cyprus, for the divided Cyprus, the Sunni Muslim in northern Cyprus, and the Greek Orthodox Christians in southern Cyprus. With a few years of program, I wrote down those and then submitted, and then we have to revise it so that we can compete. We have the different features every, and I was able to win. We would have quarterly reports, and then also final report, and we will be given different sections of the report to write. So we always work as a team. So I felt they valued my skill, and we all really contributed to the production of everything needed in office, from training to the teaching, monitoring, supervising, writing proposals, conceptualization of the project, and then evaluation of the project. So I said, no, not only did we have performance, we had learning, we also had social justice. Because performance is cut down. They see, are you working? How well are you working? Learning is horizontal. We all respect each other. Okay, go out, learn whatever you think you need to learn. And then social justice is bottom up. I have the opportunity to give my voice, to have my contribution to the different projects that we ran. So I said there's performance learning and social justice. Whereas I was saying in the literature, this is the conceptual paper, there's a problem. Very few, almost none, write about social justice. That's why when I went back to check who cites me, it's the same people who write about social justice and critical human resource development. So we are an increasing tribe. We're few, but more and more people are writing about social justice and human resource development. So one is based on the literature. The other is based on my actual experience. Okay. Another example of research article. I wrote a paper published last year, published in the journal Russia's Special Military Operation Training. Before, during, and morning after. Okay. Why do I call this research article? Because in my methodology, I actually went to Ukraine. I actually stayed there for 1 year right before the special military operation. I traveled from Kiev to Odessa, to Lvov, to Dnieper, to Chernihiv, back to Kiev. So I was all over, hosted by Ukrainian factories. I learned that most Ukrainians whom I was staying with whom I'm staying, spoke Russian. It's only my host in Lvov, near the Polish border, who spoke Ukrainian. And then I said, how do you feel like those who are Russian speak? They said, well, many people speak Russian, but we're told we have to change the education system. I even met a teacher of Russian. She lost her job because she's been teaching children Russian. Now they only have one language policy. Think of that. If that happens to India, you can only speak Hindi and English. Think about that. That's what they're doing in Ukraine. Of course, that's not happening. That's not happening in Malaysia. That's not happening in Singapore. Okay, but it happened right now in Ukraine. They just made invisible one language. Public witness. I went to the Mega race where there was many interpretation what happened. There was some protest. This is a king. And I listened to different views. So I met Ukrainians, even those who are of Russian descent, angry with Russia. But I've also met people of Russian descent but Ukrainian are pro-Russia. So all views I presented. I did not only present. So this made my paper a research article. This is eyewitness and with my field visit and interpretation. So I produced a conclusion. I said there are different narratives of what happened in Ukraine based on my actual interviews and participant observation. So another paper I wrote, Arab Women, Education, Policy, and Empowerment, Gender, Culture, Religion, Traditionalism, and Class. I co-wrote with two Palestinian Americans. We all work at the Division of International Affairs. What made this paper not conceptual paper or academic paper? We actually interviewed 7 women who are Arab from different countries. We gave pen names to protect that. That's usually the case when you conduct research. Saudi Arabia, 2 of them. Sudan, 1. Palestine, 1. Algeria, 1. Israel. So we actually 7 women were Arabs. And how does going to school affect them as a woman? Okay. So these are examples of academic research, academic articles and research. So for citations, academic article looks at existing literature, research article would use existing literature as background. Okay. For theory, academic papers are more based on concepts and ideas and terms. However, research articles are more empirical and data. Focus on academic article is very specific. What is your lesson plan for today? So you will write an article about that topic, which is good for 40 minutes lecture. But research article, you are expected to be more in depth. Many times, like in Thailand, we have 1-year projects, and many US funding agencies do 1-year project to write a comprehensive article based on actual experiments or field visits and interviews and surveys, and write a full journal article. Okay, so very different. And structure of academic articles, it varies depending on the field. Some fields, like I think theology, divinity, history, they tend to use thesis statement. But in most social sciences, you have research questions, research objectives, purpose of the study. In quantitative study, it's hypothesis. So it would depend on what you write. So the expectation will be different. In research article, it's standard. For quantitative, it's IMRA. Introduction, methodology, results, and discussion. Introduction will include literature review if necessary. For quantitative. For qualitative, the equivalent is introduction, separate literature review, methodology, findings, not results, because what result? Results of experiment, we don't experiment. So we don't call it results, it's weird to call qualitative research as results. We call them findings. And instead of discussion, we call conclusion. Again, discussion can be put inside findings or could be conclusion or could be separate. Again, it depends on standards of the journal, of the institution, of the class. The length of paper, it depends on the journal, the presentation, the tone. Academic articles are more general informative. Research articles are more analytic. You are looking at what's the independent variable, what's the control, what's the mediating variable, what's the moderating variable, what are the dependent variables. So you analyze, you break down each element. Conclusion for academic article, you would say what's the implication for learning. Maybe you want to learn another theory which is related, which opposes that theory. In research article, it's usually further research or implication to society, like for health, studying vaccine. So what should we do? Should we adopt one vaccine or should we do more research? The authorship, academic articles, students and teachers, research articles, researchers. Okay. Publication, academic articles could be book chapters, journal articles, the same with research. I think I'll end there to lack of time. So thank you very much. I'll not deal with it. Thank you. I'll stop my presentation. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Thank you. Thank you very much for such an incredible, brilliant presentation in this platform. May I request each and everyone in this platform to give the big hand to our Dr. Racer for such a wonderful presentation in this platform. And here we have seen that Dr. Racer focusing on the manuscript drafting, paper publications, and how we can go with the quantitative research. I think it's a complete package. I think that especially those who are starting with their research, the scholars, and also the senior most academician also definitely will be benefited. But such kind of iconic presentation in this platform. So big congratulations to you, sir, for such a brilliant presentation in this platform. And here we will go for the discussion part. I would like to take the opportunity to unmute our registered Dr. Subinder Singh in this platform. And yes, here you can go for sharing your discussion, comment in this platform. Over to you. And we will continue with our recording. And this session is open for discussion, so anyone can make their questions here.
Recording in progress.
Thank you so much for having me. And I would like to congratulate Dr. Ray Tesa for what a magnificent presentation in the context of the propagation of your research is always from your research publications. Either if it is a conceptual article, review article, research article, what are the differences? Not only sir has highlighted the differences, but also highlighted with his own examples with the publication. So congratulations to you, sir. This is a perfect start to our Irtec 2024. And as always, your presentation is always very point in terms of the information. It is very assertive, and I'm sure now our all scholar Irtec, they have learned the idea of conceptual articles and how you go about your review articles and what is the difference in terms of the research articles as well. So congratulations, what a magnificent performance presentation in Irtec 2023. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Singh, for such a wonderful explanation. And now, this is time to have the speaker message. So may I request our Dr. Racer to share your message in this platform and to all the researchers and academicians as the message from the keynote speaker.
Thank you very much. Here in Thailand, just to give you illustration, our students are not prohibited from writing one type of the other. So we encourage students to all of the class papers. We're following the U.S. Both U.S. and British system. U.S. system 5-year PhD program. They have coursework. All of the class papers, we encourage them and help them to publish in journal articles and conference proceedings. But for graduation, they are required to publish research articles. So we also help them publish research articles. So you can do both. One is not better or worse, but they have different values. So our students here, for the British system, they have 2-year just research, direct research. They have to research 2 research articles. But the people in the U.S. system, 5 years, 1 research article, and all of their class papers are learning journal articles. So I encourage everyone, don't waste your papers. Don't just leave them in your computer and in your flash drive. Have them out, publish. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And that is truly, I think, that encouragement for our researcher and academician to go for more paper, manuscript drafting, and publication process. Thank you very much, sir. That was iconic presentation and big hand for our Dr. Ray, sir, from Thailand. And that was truly wonderful presentation we have received. And best wishes from our side and congratulations to you for such a brilliant, iconic presentation in this international conference, Irtec 2.0 2020. Thank you. Thank you very much. Namaste from our side. Thank you, sir.
Recording stopped.
So we have seen that Dr. Racer made the wonderful presentation, and we have seen he focused on that manuscript drafting process, the mechanism. He is from the Department of the Peace Studies, International College, Payap University, Chiang Mai. And thereafter, now we will have the presentation by another global leader. And here we have with us Professor Dr. S.K. Baral, sir. I would like to take the opportunity to introduce in front of you and may request your big hand to our Professor Dr. S.K. Baral, sir, the being from Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, India. It is one of the leading central university in India. And Professor Baral, sir, credited with numbers of that scholars getting their PhD under his guidance. He is the reviewer in our journal also, as well as the numbers of international bodies. He is the permanent reviewer there. He published numbers of papers, books, chapters credited to his name. So here I think that there will be another incredible presentation by our professor, Dr. S.K. Baral, sir, the head of the Department of the Commerce, as well as the Dean from Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, India. Thank you very much, sir, for joining and being here from our side. Namaste, and we are waiting for your presentation. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Professor Rudraj Saikya, esteemed President of Education Research University, Dr. Pratisha, esteemed Vice President of Education Research University, Professor Rajesh Kannur, Pro Vice Chancellor,
Recording in progress.
Professor Mayo, Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sukhvinder Singh, Registrar of this esteemed university. It is a great pleasure on my part that today I am going to share my views on this international conference about multidisciplinary research trends in European, Asian, and African countries. So again, I welcome all participants, teachers, experts, scholars, those have been assembled through this platform. So without any further delay, let me start my presentation.
Thank you.
So my topic is limited to integrating
Recording
technology,
stopped.
social sciences, and environmental studies for future research, which is based on
Recording in
multidisciplinary.
progress.
And I have taken three very important areas where multidisciplinary research are being undertaken in European countries, Asian countries, and African countries. So with this, let me tell you that research is for creating a new knowledge by using existing knowledge or new knowledge in a very creative manner. So let me tell you the difference between disciplinary, interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, and transdisciplinary. So with this, I will be trying to tell you the difference. This is the figure I have taken. Please look into that. The disciplinary is unitary. And when we are talking about multidisciplinary, it is a combination of involvement of several academic disciplines, professional specializations in approach to a topic or a problem. What is interdisciplinary? Interdisciplinary is an adjective that describes the relating to more than one branch of knowledge. Then what is transdisciplinary? Transdisciplinary is describing more than one branch of knowledge in a very scientific manner. All are very much correlated. So let me tell you very, I mean to say in a very prominent manner, what is multidisciplinary research? So today we are going to discuss What is a multidisciplinary research? How it works? Multidisciplinary research is a research technique in which instruments and tools from several fields and disciplines are employed to obtain an answer to a question. Perhaps maybe you might have knowledge about this collaborative programs, because nowadays many areas are where we need collaboration. So experts from several fields must work together to conduct this collaborative and coordinated study. And to address the issues at hand, they are always combining their knowledge. Because for example, we'll take health and medicine. Health and medicine is a integration of biology, medicine, engineering, computer science, and many innovative areas in healthcare sector specialization. For example, we may take climate change and sustainability. We may take the example of energy or renewable sources. We may take the example of artificial intelligence as well as technology. We may take several areas like food security and agriculture. All those areas need to, will be contributed by several, field of researchers are required to answer the problems of the questions. When we are talking about this multidisciplinary research, how it is becoming very, very prevalent, and it is becoming very, very popular, because multidisciplinary studies address current and real one issue with a conceptual focus on solutions. A multidisciplinary research study is an examination or investigation of an issue to test a hypothesis using several disciplines, fields, and academic methods. To overcome the challenges, developing countries commonly use multidisciplinary strategy, and it represents forward-thinking scholastic methods. And when we are talking about multidisciplinary research, this encourages collaboration, as I told you, from among the experts from technology, social sciences, environmental studies, fostering a holistic approach to addressing the complex issues of urbanization. For example, urbanization, we have taken one subject. And it has potential to guide policymakers, urban planners, and communities towards creating more resilient, more inclusiveness, and environmentally friendly cities. In fact, we have taken the area urbanization, because you see, when we are talking about urbanization, urbanization is not a single kind of like a phenomenon. It is not a single problem, because urban planning and smart cities is very much involved in integrating the planning, the environmental science, technology for smart city development, and multidisciplinary approaches to address challenges related to urbanization is very much existing. And when we are talking about the trains, I have taken three trains for three different continents. One is for Asian countries, one is for European countries, and one is another one is African countries. So these are the three continents we have taken. So for European countries, there are three important areas nowadays. The general trains in multidisciplinary research has become a boom. In that case, high interdisciplinary collaboration has been encouraged by European countries, because across various fields, because this initiative and fundings create an opportunity aiming to promote research that surpass traditional disciplinary boundaries. That is why European countries are very much now they are promoting interdisciplinary collaboration. And moreover, the sustainability and climate change is a call of the hour. It is very much important. Many European nations are very in an involved manner. They are doing multidisciplinary research related to sustainability, climate change, and environmental sciences. And this includes the effort to understand and mitigate the impact of climate change. It is possible only through multidisciplinary research. Otherwise, the sustainability and climate change cannot be, addressed. The problems cannot be addressed.
And the next is health and life science. In European countries, there is a strong focus on multidisciplinary research in health and life sciences. Collaboration between medical researchers, biologists, engineers, data scientists are common in their platform. They are doing research through multidisciplinary approaches, and this is the general trend we have seen recently in European countries. Then come to the Asian countries. What is happening in Asian countries? Let us understand how Asian countries they have adopted multidisciplinary research in various areas. In case of technology and innovation, many Asian countries, particularly China, Japan, South Korea, are leading in multidisciplinary research in technology and innovation. This includes research in artificial intelligence, robotics, and other cutting edge technologies. They are doing very transparently technology and innovation, and India has a very good footing in that area also. And public health and infectious diseases. You see, during COVID-19 pandemic has spurred multidisciplinary research in public health and infectious diseases across Asia. Collaboration between epidemiologists and virologists and healthcare professionals and data scientists have been prominent. We have seen during this period. And renewable energy, when we are talking about renewable energy, several Asian countries are investing heavily, deeply in multidisciplinary research related to renewable energy sources. Because you see, this includes the research in solar energy, wind power, energy, storage technology. So you see, making solar energy, making wind power, and we must have technology for storage also. So most of the Asian countries they are working on these three areas in a very, I mean to say, very deeply. And when we will be coming to the African countries, there are three important areas where we have seen record speaks, research speaks that agriculture and food security, many African nations are focusing on multidisciplinary research in agriculture and food security. Efforts include integrating agricultural science with technology and sustainable practices to address food challenges. And when we are coming to healthcare access and epidemiology, in that case, the multidisciplinary research in healthcare access and epidemiology and public health is crucial in addressing healthcare challenges in African countries. Collaboration between medical researchers, social scientists, and policymakers are essential. They have felt and they are doing accordingly. And renewable resources and conservation. When we are talking about, with a rich biodiversity, Asian countries are involved in multidisciplinary research to conserve natural resources and promote sustainable development. This includes research on biodiversity conservation, ecotourism, and sustainable resource management. So when we are talking about these three continents, India drives South Asia's current multidisciplinary research focus on engineering and technology in devoting significant attention to natural sciences. The agricultural sciences are a core focus on all South Asia countries, with the exception of India. The region's citation impact on closest to the world average in the field of engineering and technology. South Asian countries could effectively leverage their research sector to address vital development priorities, boost economic productivity, and raise competitiveness. And multidisciplinary research is crucial for tackling complex problems in African nations that we discussed. that continue to face enormous obstacles in areas of water, sanitation, agriculture, health, desertification, renewable energy, environment, natural resources, as well as security. Research intensive university group from 77 institutions around Europe have joined together to demonstrate their commitment to collaborating across border, innovation, and new discoveries. And my submission is that researchers increasingly recognize the value of collaboration across traditional discipline and boundaries to address complex challenges. And as I told you, there are many areas where we need to address jointly. It is not a specific subject, it is not a specific area nowadays that the specific subject could be taken into account for solving the problems, solving the issues. We need to address by different subjects. For example, here I must take an example. For example, interdisciplinary in education. Nowadays, interdisciplinary education programs for preparing the students for collaborative research and problem solving has already been introduced in our country. Integration of these diverse perspectives of teaching and learning has already been implemented. So, my dear friends, my dear scholars, my dear experts, those have been connected in this platform. I must I must claim that the future is always very, very conducive for multidisciplinary research because nowadays many problems are there that one area, one subject cannot address the problem because you know very well nowadays data science and big data plays a very important role. When we are talking about data science and big data, that we need collaborative research because it requires computer scientists, domain experts, social scientists for effective data analysis and multidisciplinary research in data ethics, privacy, and security plays a very important role. And likewise, if at all we will be taking that food security and agriculture as a multidisciplinary subject, in this case, we must see that the agronomy, the genetics, the environmental science, technology, these are the areas, these are the subjects, they are responsible to address the global food security challenges. And for this collaboration to develop sustainable agriculture practices can be cultivated. So, my dear friends, the future is for multidisciplinary research is very much visible, and we are sure that this research, multidisciplinary research, will give you an insight to start your research, to start your journey in a very specific manner, in a very collaborative manner, so the society will be highly benefited. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I must extend my thanks to the listeners and the organizer, Eduskia Research University, Newcastle, USA. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. And that is another incredible presentation in this platform. And we have seen that outstanding slides and as well as wonderfully explaining each and everything, the need of multidisciplinary research, collaboration, and realistic approach to solve the problem. And these are very important points, I think, that we need to consider, and which is coming to the completely our as a mission of our Irtec 2024. May I request you all to give the big hand to our Professor Dr. S. Cabral, sir. I would like to take the opportunity to unmute our Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Rajesh Khannu, sir, in this platform to add his comment regarding the presentation of our Professor Baral sir. This session is open for discussion. Anyone here that want to
Recording in progress.
any question, you can put forward your question. We are open to discussion. Over to Professor Kannur sir.
Thank you, sir, for unmuting me. Good morning. I congratulate our speaker, Dr. S.K. Baral, sir, for his excellent and beautiful view about multidisciplinary research. What is the concept and how it is done? Okay, simply has shown with the figures. Okay, very unique presentation. And also, sir, has highlighted about how we can go for a collaboration within a multidisciplinary research. Okay, and what are the burning issues which we can collaborate at an international level by having with the professionals of a different one to solve it. Okay, if you see this session, it shows that when for any problem to solve it, okay, in today's trend, we need a multidiscipline because of an holistic solutions, which only the multidisciplinary is the answer or a very corrective step for solving the overall problem in a holistic way. So you have highlighted the very unique concept, and also you have contributed a lot to in today's session on the basis of an collaboration and enterprise in respect of a multidisciplinary research. We are very grateful to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kannur sir, for your such a wonderful message in this platform and discussion about our Professor Dr. S.K. Baral sir presentation. Now this is time to have the speaker address here in this platform. So may I request our Professor Dr. S.K. Baral sir to share one message with all the researchers and global academicians in this platform to encourage them for more research and research. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Saikyaji. We have discussed today, the journey has already been started, how to conduct multidisciplinary research, and it remains increasing recognition trend for solving complex challenges or issues. So we require diverse expertise. So I encourage the participants, the researchers, the experts, they must they must go with multidisciplinary research, and it will solve the greater problems of the society. And we know very well, keep in mind the specific trends that evolved over the time, staying updated with recent literature. In fact, we will go for studying more literature, yeah, that will give you latest information. So before starting the research, I advise to the scholars, please go for extensive literature review that will add value to your research, and that will help to identify the problems and the gap could be mitigated. How gap could be mitigated through multidisciplinary research approach that can be looked into seriously for a comprehensive solution of the society. And I must congratulate to the participants. I must extend my thanks to them, and I must thanks to the organizer, Edusphere Research University, for conducting such beautiful programs regularly for the scholars, for the researchers, to develop the mindset of the scholars and researchers for bringing good papers, good research projects for their academic years. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is from my side. Over to Professor Spike.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. And that was a wonderful message to all the researchers and academicians in this platform. And congratulations to our Professor Dr. S.K. Baral, sir, for such a wonderful presentation in this platform and explaining the need of multidisciplinary research, need of collaboration, and how to make the breakthroughs in their research. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence and your contribution, such a brilliant presentation in this platform, and big help from our side. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
We have seen that our professor, Dr. S. Cabral, sir, made the incredible presentation. And as per our agenda, actually now my presentation, I will go for my presentation. Next presentations, I would like to mention here that Dr. Rania Lempu and Kate Nicholas are the next presentations. And now I'm moving forward to my presentation. And it's a very short presentation and explaining the need of our multidisciplinary research here in this platform. I would like to take the opportunity to share my screen here in this slide. All right. So I would like to take it in the recording.
Recording in progress.
So very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the global academician researchers from all around the world. Today, my topic of presentation in this international conference, Irtec 2.0, the second international conference, Irtec 2024, is the critical analysis on transformation of traditional research into applied innovation. Yeah, here that I am keeping the two very important points. That is the traditional research in our academics, in our research innovations. In all the universities, in all the colleges, we are emphasizing on the traditional research. It will give us the more papers. How many papers you are having if someone is asking the question? It's nowadays like 300, 400 papers. If they are asking about your books, then it may be the 70, 80 numbers of the books. If they are asking even the patent also, now the first or third, second or third, all that the manageable. So out of this, that what is the need of that real research and what is applied innovation we are telling about? Now the era is about the 5.0, academics or education 5.0. You can see here that I am showing one animated phase, and it's changing from the robotics to the humanoids. So one stage of the research is reaching that one. We are exploring the Mars. We are doing our breakthroughs in the moon. We are exploring the solar system. We are doing using AI. We are moving forward to make the breakthroughs in our research and solving each and every problem of mankind. And this is actually the need of research. Why we are doing research and why the multidisciplinary research is very, very important. So we have to overcome from our traditional system of the research. Here, I will try to explain the concept of the examination-based higher education versus the high-tech academics. So many people are making maybe that criticism that if you are having the ChatGPT, if you are having the AI, then it can answer your question. Now the big question is that why you need to keep all these things in your memory rather than to start thinking for the innovation. The genius Albert Einstein said that imagination is more important than facts. And this is true. We have some faults in our academic system, and therefore we are creating only the unemployment problem. We are, most of the time that we are imparting knowledge, we are delivering our lecture, and we are just copying and pasting it to our blackboard or whiteboard, whatever we are using, the teacher. Most of the time, we are only focusing on the syllabus that was given by the authority, and we are using that syllabus more than, I think, that 10 years, maybe 15 years and 20 years also, the syllabus are being same. So here we need to understand that we have to change our mindset. We have to work on real innovation and should not be influenced by the brand endorsement by the academic organization. You can see also some academic organization will share with you that their brand endorsement by bringing the celebrity. I'm showing here the very complicated part of the human body. You can see the brain is the most complicated part of human body, and yes, it is also consuming the more energy. And I'm sharing you the very important quotation of Albert Einstein, the genius, shared that if you want to live a happy life, very important. Happy life is very important because we are human. Our motivation is to bring the happiness and smile to the humanity. So if you want to live a happy life, tie it to a goal, not to people or object, by Albert Einstein. Very true. That is, if we want to be happy, and if we want to satisfy our neighbors, our the colleagues, and then you will face the frustration. Most of the time, you will try yourself that no, I am best, I am doing good, I am expert in my field, and you are trying to manage your neighbors, your colleagues in your institutions, it may be in your university, and it will bring only the frustration. Our happiness should be tied with our goal, and in that case, if we can do this, really, it is challenging. Because if you are tying your achievements and your success with your goal only, then you may not run after more and more certificates, more and more examination scores. We can see here now the students, even teenagers, or it may be the kids, being tortured by their parents that no, you have to be the highest scorer. Whatever it is, the question is that whether you are getting the highest marks or not. We are never making questions to the kids that whether they are learning anything or their practical life. The question is very, very serious, and the academicians and researchers need to think about this one. In the platform of multidisciplinary research, when the European researcher, Asian academicians, or say the African academicians, researchers, all are present here. So it's a common problem that regarding the quality of the education system, if we are only making more and more certificates, degrees, then I don't think like that we can have the more genius in our society. We need the more genius, those who are ready to solve the realistic problem. And therefore, I think that this is time to make one big move, development in the higher education. We have to think that what are the gaps and we have to fill up it. I am showing you the animated picture here. You can see. This is gap, say in our academics, in our research, in our innovation. Where is the gap? If truly the multi-universe, say now the scientists are saying that it's existing. Yeah, of course, the law of physics is not against the existence of the multiverse. So if we are having some spaces in the other universe who are maybe more intelligent than us, if they are coming, what about us? Whether if we can save our humanity, whether we are actually working on this part. What are the challenges in future? We do not know that. Yes, of course, we are also developing our technology now, GPT technology in our hand, artificial intelligence we are doing with humanoids, robots, definitely. But we have to focus on our education. That our education system will not only focus. It may be the part with certificate or grading system or giving the marks, but we need to focus on the quality of the education system. And I think that the new people, those who are, say, in India and they are going through that NEP, National Education Policy, they are fortunate because this academic system, now it is not the earlier, now it is the skill oriented, and I hope that the more opportunities for research and innovation in this place. Do you see that I am showing you that on the right side you can see the humanoid? Yes, of course, the Sophia. The most trending robotics, human robotics that we are having, and brand marketing in the higher education that I'm also saying. You can see here, I'm just showing as an example. I'm not having any controversy with the brands, and I'm not criticizing also the brands. It's showing that these are the big brands that if you see in the left side on the screen, and these brands are actually making the brand endorsement. People are crazy about these brands. People, if you are asking them that what do you want to take now, the drink, then of course, if you are seeing here, they will move forward. If we are mentioning about the Starbucks, it's one coffee will cost you around the 10 coffees in the common, say, other places. So it's the brand endorsement. Then whenever celebrity will come and join and they will make the advertisement, then people, common people are getting interest more and more interest to their this particular product. Similarly, in the education system, whenever some organization will bring some celebrity, bringing some important people, those who are famous people or influencer, then that particular institution may have the more and more advertisement and even the popularity. But popularity is not the key points for the success of the researcher or academics. So our request is here that please identify the right way. And you see that we are showing you the humanoids, that is Sophia. It was published in the CNBC News, I am showing here. So they have shown that our technology now reaching that level that we can identify, our AI, artificial intelligence, can identify the emotions. That was earlier drawback. I think that I'm pretty much sure you all have seen that one in so many papers that they are not able to go for the emotion. Now, very interesting part. So these are going on, and we have to be careful also for our future because now the AI is reaching the emotional part. They can be angry. They can make their face like this. All right. They can do something against of you. Very interesting part that recently, I think that you have seen the video. Elon Musk was using the humanoids for firing purpose to another humanoids, those who were coming through his one vehicle. Okay, and that is also another innovation they are going on. So that is very important point. These are self-developing AI. So while we are adopting the technology to our academics, we need to be careful that the self-developing part, we have to make some restrictions. Those who are the researcher from the data sets or that one, and we need to understand. We have also developed some GPT here. I would like to mention that in qualitative that research we have developed one. We will share with our the registers, IAPPDF innovators because it's a purely innovation, but it is also with that self-learning policy because every time it will develop, it will enhance its intelligence. So these are really, I think, that exciting part as well as also some precautions we have to take while we are developing the new technology. So I'm again saying this all technology we have to accept with the positive manner. We have to adopt this technology for research, multidisciplinary research, for collaboration, and we need to be careful also so that it will never become dangerous to our human beings. Now you see that joining the hands. I'm sharing that yeah, we have to now join the hand with the technology. And in the left hand side, I'm showing you the virtual that the world. The futuristic research is showing that the academic system, that is after the 5.0, the next part may be the VR, virtual reality. So you see that the students may observe all this working, even the experiment. Now you need not to kill any animal to make the dissection. Now you need not to go to maybe the laboratory to conduct your all chemical reactions, and you may not watch the more and more chemicals to make your final reactions because first you will go with the virtual reality, virtual lab, and you can conduct each and everything. These are coming. These are coming with the metaverse concept. So our teachers, our academicians, those who are teaching, they have to be also ready with the new technology. And therefore, Europe is always standing with you. In upcoming 5 years, definitely the students will use this all technology. They will see like that, yes, I want to now go to the physics lab and I want to see that what is going on in the cosmos. So the planetary system, they will not move to planetarium. Now they will use the VR and they will go for watching the movement of the planet and realistic. I think that's very soon. The real time information to the movement of the planets in the solar system will be there. So we need to understand that research and innovation is going on in the next level, beyond imagination. And we have to be the part of this. We have to accept, we have to move forward. You see that those who are not accepting the computer in those days, now they are not able to use the typewriter and sharing their knowledge. So this is difficult, challenging. So My point is here that let us go for collaboration. Let us have more and more multidisciplinary research. Yes, of course, no subject is superior. You need to find out the realistic problem and then to move forward. So now, what is exact problem in a higher education system? What is the exact problem? And how we can make the solution? Here I am showing you the three very important pictures. That one is for, say, the people from maybe from the different continents are joining their hands for multidisciplinary research. And if it is happening, then really I am telling you, we are solving the one of the bigger problem in our education system. Because we are focusing on the personal brand and the institutional brand rather than to solve the realistic problem. And here, if we can join the hand from different countries, we can identify the big problem. We can move forward for the solving of this problem. The second, on the right hand side, you can see here the person is just striking his head on the table again and again, and trying to use. So most of the students are facing this one. We have to show them the right path, how they can use the GPT technology, how they can use the AI. Because if they are not getting the right guidance from your side, they will only go for the plagiarism. The easier part, because you see that most of the YouTuber, how it is possible for me to come to every day to YouTube or to other academicians. So we are not coming regularly on YouTube or like that media, because those who are researchers, those who are innovators, those who are bringing themselves with the innovation, they have to work in the laboratory, they have to work with their team. So rarely they are available. But what is the knowledge spreading in some social media, and that one is not correct. We will give the command directly to write down one paper, write down one that one, and thereafter, what will happen to them? This is the scenario. In future, everything that AI written content will be caught. So truly can already develop that one, and so many AI identifiers are there. So we have to use the artificial intelligence in the realms of multidisciplinary research to do some wonderful work and for analysis purpose. So therefore, my request to all the academicians, leaders are here, and therefore I'm requesting you all that let us change their mindset. It's so that they should not focus that I have to get the the highest score or the marks. It should not be marks oriented. It should not be the only for the certificate and examination. It should be actually for their passion. We have to grow their passion. That please do this one. This is your field, and if you are able to do this work, then you can make the innovation in your research. I'm showing that one AI generated that robots there in the third piece of the right hand side here. And they are now bringing the robotics with the AI as the scientist also. What I am sharing. That is now one principal investigator will be there, and they can take the robotics as their partner. So this is the research world, how it is changing. I'm sharing with you. So thereafter, I would like to go forward. Actually, goes here. Yeah. So next slide, I'm coming towards the end of my presentation. Actually, only. So need of innovation, patent, and applied research. So we should not be the person who is only working like this skeleton and do not caring that what is going on, and we are just moving forward. That I know that I have to pass my degree, I have to pass my master's, then PhD, then everything. Yes, I'm going on in my own, relaxing mode and in my own path. So very important priority is that one. Choose the right partner for collaboration. In the left hand side, I'm sharing. Collaboration doesn't mean that we are collaborating with numbers of institutions to show only to inform of others that these are the least we have the collaboration. And but what is the outcome of the collaboration? That is the big question. So in our R&D, otherwise I am saying also one standing on one leg and we are keeping the R&D in the both hand. It is going on with us. So let us make the changes to that. Every collaboration, say with our University or Research Center, will give you one breakthrough into the practice of your organization or in your career. This is very important. It's not like that only for the showpiece we are making the collaboration, but it is actually for the development of the technology, development of the new era, and development of the new mindset to our research scholar. We have to take the responsibility. I think that here today we are having global academicians. They can be leader. They can change the mindset of the students. What will happen, say, in India? I'm sharing that one example. More than 1,000 universities. Therefore, every year, more than 1,000 gold medalists from every department. So what will happen if they are also coming inside that one only with some marks, and if they are not having the realistic knowledge of the research? So I would like to propose here that our academicians should encourage our researchers, our students, that please take research as career. Research as career, and it will bring them as a researchpreneur. Research plus entrepreneurs. Researchpreneur. We have several numbers of domains where your research knowledge can be utilized. You can see here the renewable energy sector. If you can bring, say, lithium ion batteries, the problems are going on. If you can bring some new innovations there, so you can generate huge revenue. In, say, the biotechnology industry, challenges and challenges are there. In, say, genetics, what is in physics, in chemistry, if you take any subject, even it may be the social science, even it will be the political science, okay, and it may be the history also, you are having the opportunity for multidisciplinary research. I'm giving one example, say history, if you are taking, it is the history of the political history of the country most of the time. Okay, it is the political history, it is only the whatever the kings are doing. Whatever the development in science, who will write down that? What was happening in 18th century, 19th century, and the 20th century? In the development of science, how many people or historians are writing down about this? They're writing down about the kings, their fights, their war, and who was winner. All right, this is one part maybe the history, but I'm showing one example of. So therefore, I think that we are having a huge opportunity also in this industry. Especially the research and development industry is always being as an unexplored industry. And we have to join our hands together with the right partner for collaboration. Do not go with anyone, go with the right partner. Again, I am saying, because otherwise it will be distraction only. If whenever we are imparting some wrong knowledge or some wrong ideas, then it is actually dangerous for the society. And therefore, I hope that the academician will take care of this. So finally, we have to move towards the innovation. Find out the real path where you need to focus. If necessary, you use the research software. If necessary, say you are writing down one research paper, you have to use the mentally, you have to use the Jotero, use it. If you have to go for the quillboard for paraphrasing, do it. But make the sense of your paper. Give the realistic viewpoints to the reviewer board so that they can show their interest for publication of your research paper. Then definitely the Q1 publication, Q2 publication will be there. The condition is that we have to go with the original concept. I'm sharing the concept. And original concept can be initiated by reading the numbers of paper. So please go with some reference paper in your particular domain. Whether you are doing your research in the history, say chemistry, you are doing in political science or qualitative, quantitative, whatever, or in the science and technology. The main part is that you have to be aware of what is going on in the industry. You should not be the person that we are doing our research before 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, this topic, and therefore I will do only that topic. We have to rectify our mind. We have to change our track. It is the multidisciplinary. And in this multidisciplinary research, even one student from maybe the masters can contribute to your research work. So give them a chance. Let them involve with us. Our experience and their dynamic thought process will bring the new and new breakthroughs to the world. and we will move towards the right path to find out the bigger community. I'm sharing, this is our dream, that from 193 countries, that we are expanding, that the academicians joining their hands, putting their all efforts for the true innovation, which is not only the certificate oriented, neither it is marks oriented. No one will do for that. I need that marks. They will go for realistic innovation. We need this year, in this year, I think that this is the first international conference organized by our European Research University Newcastle, USA, and European Research Center India, in association with Sampark Group here from India. So in this first international conference of this 2024, I would like to request all the researchers, all the academicians, let us join our hand, make a bigger community of the research and innovation. We will work in different phases. We will work in different domains, and we will find out the problem, and we will give the realistic solution, not only the academic so-called written solution. We are conducting our IIT PDF Innovators program. Join your hands to each other. If you are IITian from our university, from our Eurosia, then work with each other. If you are the lifetime fellow member of our Eurosia, be the leader in our upcoming journals, in our upcoming magazines, in our newsletters, and let us put the effort to bring the happiness. As I have started my early slides, let us bring the happiness by using research, development, and innovation. Thank you everyone for your messages also during my presentation. And namaste from my side. I am concluding my presentation here in this platform. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.
Recording stopped.
I mean, this is one of the most incredible, thought-provoking, and I would like to congratulate Honorable President Sir for this wonderful presentation. This is totally magnificent. I think, sir, you have shared the aim and ethos what
Recording in
Innoxia stands
progress.
for. And this is very important in this platform in 2024 in Irtec. We always want to make sure that our global academicians should also learn not only the multidisciplinary approach, but also what you're contributing. And thank you so much, sir, for this incredible presentation. And here, I would like to also and our director, Professor Dr. Rajesh Kannur, sir, for one comment for sir's presentation.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm very grateful and congratulate our Honorable President sir for an excellent and awesome presentation on innovativeness. Of course, what sir has told is truly what we are following it. Okay, in our arena of an European, we believe in innovativeness and creativity than having an degrees or other things. This is true to the fact. And ultimately, we believe and we want to achieve that one, and everybody has to collaborate and everybody has to contribute to the reality to solve the problems of this what is now is going on. Okay. And coming to today's session, Makan sir, so I want to highlight that it has given a very new insight for an innovativeness, and for you have to act. Okay, without acting, without reality. Okay, in all the space, in thinking and also in doing it. Okay, then you cannot achieve anything. This come to the inference of from this source, and also two more things I want to highlight. That sir has told that one about an research. You have to take research as a career. Okay, this is an outstanding point from research things, and also you have to be an what you call a research trainer. Sir has an invented for us. Okay, sir, we are very grateful to you, and there is no words to explain you, sir, of your contributions. The whole world knows. Okay, with this one I end. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the great session.
Thank you so much, Director Professor Anushka. Sir. Now, I would like to also have a comment from our Rani Alokova from Greece. One comment from your side, ma'am, about this presentation.
Yes, so please, morning to everyone. I would like to convey my heartiest congratulations for this very, thought-provoking, as you said, presentation, because multidisciplinarity is an asset and a strength for both researchers and educators. I loved the metaphor, the idea of virtual labs. This was mentioned, which actually depicts that we need to be ready, we need to embrace innovation and technological breakthroughs and advancements, and be always updated, not only to skills, but our mindset also. It was really very thought-provoking, and I'd like to congratulate once more for this very important presentation.
Thank you.
Inspiring.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this wonderful words. I would like to also admit here our Nicholas Desmapa from Sweden. So I'd like to unmute you, sir, for one message from sir's presentation. You can unmute from your side.
Yes, hello. I am now unmuted and I'm going to share my screen here.
Yeah, I would like to actually have one message from your side regarding the presentation you have just one short message.
Oh, regarding the presentation, yes, I believe that the presentation was very important and good because it was giving many new aspects here on multidisciplinary research, and I think the interesting point from my perspective here was also to see the important link which always exists for any researcher is the link between funding and research, and it's also in my field, international relations, a complicated topic because sometimes the governments they have one policy agenda, and the researcher may come to a conclusion that is in the opposite direction compared to the policy agenda of the funder, and therefore, in a growing demand is happening for like independent research that is not controlled by various government interests, and so the researcher has to be granted and allowed to do academic research without having the force from various sectors, and that's just a comment that I would like to give because that is a growing problem in my field, international relations, where the government they have an interest and they want to enforce values and things like that, but maybe that is contradicting the outcome from the research.
Thank you so much, Nicholas, for this wonderful message. Now I'd like to also unmute here, Murad Amelisa. So I'd like to unmute you, sir. You can unmute from your side, and you have one comment for our first presentation.
Okay, thank you, guys. I'm impressed because I'm Palestinian, and really touched me the last presentation from the doctor when he said that we have to change the mindset and have to get the research up together and they start by crossing culture and having some collaborative working and cooperate with each other. This is the social thing we're looking for. This is the start getting hands together and being together to start producing something new and changing in the whole world, not competing and fighting and killing each other. It's not like that. It's something new, and we have to start changing the mindset. And instead of just putting as oral thing and copy and paste in the schools, we have to start looking for the skills too and the emotional and something to start changing the kids, the students' mindset, and they start producing something for others.
not compete in each other and, start doing something different. It's really impressive, touchy, and really, this is what I'm looking for. Have to start, going overseas and seeing some different ideas and open our mind and having, brainstorming with different cultures, with different minds, and they start seeing the world in different angles, not, being in one corner and seeing, things as awkward or something strange. We are together and we have to put our hands together. Thank you so much. This is what really we're looking for. Thank you. We appreciate your job. It's really touchy, impressive, and a great job. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Murad Ahmad. And I would like to also tell to all global academicians that Murad sir is actively involved in the students part. So sir is highlighting and researching on the students and actively involved in that aspects also. So thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful message. Now it's my honor and privilege to unmute our honorable presence for one message from your side, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sukhvinder Singh. And the post presentation discussion, it is also mind blowing. I think that our first Dr. Singh shared, then the converser sharing the need of that how multidisciplinary research can develop. Then thereafter, we can see that Rainal Madam also sharing that yes, collaboration, that we have to go with different countries, different culture. Then Nicholas also that sharing that we have to look into the country list and how we can make that one. And finally, the Murad sir, that is actually the heart touching, the words that delivered by him also that after my presentation. And truly, my motivation with my presentation is to bring everyone heart together. We have to work on peace. We have to work on happiness. This is why we are doing research. And it is not bounded by any country boundary, and it is beyond it. It is beyond it. I am already sharing in my presentation that we should not force our kids, the teenagers, to only carry the marks and rather than it to think about the development, think about the happiness. We are all human beings. I'm again sharing that the multiverse that the research are going on, it may exist, and whenever the problem will come, then we'll think like that, yes, we are one world. But before it, I have found that so many, as our Murad sir also explained, yes, the country to country, sometimes the differences, these boundaries, actually bringing our mindset differ from the realistic innovation part. We have to think beyond this. We have to join our hand together. And we are fortunate we are living in this era where the country laws are there, but internationally with internet, with the Zoom, we can work with each other. Virtual labs are coming. AI is now in that extent that you can have the experiments by using the AI labs. So all the things, it may be the culture. You are doing your research in the say qualitative research to know about the culture of the different country. Now the country person can support you. You need not to move to United States, to India, to Greece, or to Palestine to combine your research, because the poor person from the four different places, they can record the video, they can bring it, and they can collaborate with each other in their research paper. I'm focusing on that part. If you are doing the experiment also, that your expertise field will contribute to the another person expertise field, and it will make the breakthrough in the research. Research can be taken as a career. I'm again saying that huge scope for all the researcher and academician. How many people want to learn? You see that we are not having that much academician. So I'm inviting you all, please join with us, be academicians with us also. We are eagerly waiting for your presentations also, because the learner community is huge. We know that only India, it is the 160 crore. Now it is the most populous country. And if you see the world scenario, it is the 700 crores. So how many people need their teacher, right teacher? We have to work on this. We have to remove all the differences from our mind, our ego, our proudness. Just we have to work together for the betterment. And I think that it will give the real entrepreneurship. in the world of research and innovation. Thank you everyone, and big hand from my side also to all the analyzer here that they are making wonderful analysis in this platform. Thank you very much, and namaste from my side. We will move forward to our next presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much, and a special appreciation to our registered coordinator also, Dr. Singh, for continuing the post-presentation discussions. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
Now this is time to move forward with our agenda. And here we are having another wonderful speaker. I would like to share that she is always coming with the wonderful slides. And yes, of course, her beautiful smile. And here we are having Dr. Rania Lampu Madam from Greek Ministry of Education, Director of the Educational Technology and Innovation. Numbers of paper credited to her name. She is always supporting the different research community and always collaboration. She is taking the part in the collaboration. She is encouraging the researchers and numbers of awards into her credit. So let us welcome here our next speaker, Dr. Raina Lampu Madam, with a big hand from our side. And after Raina Madam, the presentation will be by Dr. Nicholas. So here we go with Dr. Raina Madam from Greece. And thank you very much, Madam, for joining. Namaste from us.
Good morning from Greece. So thank you so much for the introduction. I'm very, very honored. I'm very privileged to be invited to this international conference and training event organized by the Doxia. You're doing an incredible work in the field of research and guiding future researchers. Today, actually, I have decided to explore a fascinating field of neuroeducation.
Recording in progress.
But I'm also, past years, I have been working a lot in this field, what we call educational neuroscience. Because human brain is a miracle, and brain imaging techniques and findings of neuroeducation provide us with very useful insights on how our brain learns and how learning as well as teaching can be optimized, how we can design activities that can increase attention and improve memorization. As I said before, I've been working a lot in this field. This is not thoroughly explored by educators and researchers, unfortunately. Many educators are not even familiar with brain-based strategies and brain-compatible learning. So actually, this presentation today is an invitation to educators and researchers, or an incentive, I would say, to stimulate interest in this so interesting field. So I will share now my presentation.
Recording stopped.
Yes.
Can you see? So as I said before, human brain is a miracle, and
Recording in progress.
A lot about 21st century skills. Have you ever thought if 21st century skills are actually related to what we call brain-based learning? We are talking now about critical thinking, problem-solving abilities, communication, collaboration, leadership, and this set of skills, learning, literacy, and life skills. How neuroscience is related to this, and how we can leverage all the findings in neuroscience in order to help develop these 21st century skills. Neuroscience is actually one of the most active scientific fields. Its specialists now have tools of incredible precision at their disposal, and they're willing, we could say, more than ever to try to uncover the most intimate mechanism of our consciousness. The field of neuroscience focuses on the scientific study of the nervous system, analyzing both its structure and its way of functioning, and it belongs to the larger field of family, we could say, of cognitive sciences, which were first introduced in the decade of 50s. And this term actually is in association with 5 founding disciplines: computer science, neuroscience, psychology, philosophy, anthropology, linguistics, with this context of multidisciplinarity that previous speakers have presented. And soon, however, many more disciplines were associated with it. So the cognitive sciences have experienced a dramatic rise, which can be described as a scientific revolution, and nowadays form a very broad interdisciplinary field where very diverse approaches exist. So for a long time, cognitive science actually was centered on the study of cognitive phenomena. However, very recently, lately, it is the emotions which have been at the forefront of studies in this field. The works of Antonio Damasio or José Ledoux are pioneering in this. They help popularize the idea that higher intellectual functions are closely connected with emotions. There is no longer a dominant model, but we could say that neuroscience is today at a crossroads of all biological, chemical, medical, computer, mathematical, psychological sciences. New brain image techniques advance the study of the brain, and according to Jean-Pierre Charget, who is a pioneer in this field, neuroscience will bring us a new vision. So what is the goal of neuroscience? Actually to map the brain and spot the biological processes which are involved in what we call the act of knowing. So we use a cognitive neuroscience in order to indicate this approach, how to understand mental operations and identify links between structures and functions. As I said before, the role of learning, of law of emotion is becoming more and more important when we talk about neuroeducation. And nervous system is actually the main learning tool which is being developed. Brain plasticity is also another important finding. It's the spectacular capacity of the brain to reconfigure itself from a functional point of view response to stimuli from the environment. This is one of the most important scientific discoveries. And if we talk about neuroeducation, neuropedagogy, is this research approach that attempts to bring together knowledge in both neuroscience and education. It aims to highlight certain educational problems in order to propose solutions, especially in the field of special education and children and students with special education needs, learning difficulties. It's very, very effective. So here you can see a high level of interdisciplinarity, psychology, neuropsychology, neuroscience, neuropedagogy, school psychology, pedagogy, education science, all these are involved. And what is actually the objective of neuroeducation is to better understand the cognitive work carried out by the learning during the lesson, how to discover the effects of different types of education in the brain, how to measure the effectiveness of an educational intervention, and to more quickly identify students, as I said before, with learning difficulties or special education needs. So what is learning? Learning is a process that takes place in the brain. And more specifically, I would say that it is a metamorphosis, a transformation of existing cognitive structures or the creation of new cognitive structures. If we talk about neurons, we say the creation of new neuron synapses. Maybe recent years, I'll say that neuroscience has become a major goal of attraction for several disciplines, but also education. And thanks to sophisticated brain imaging devices, it is possible to study the studies in the brain caused by student learning. So what are these principles? First of all, brain is unique. I mean, we are all different and unique. We all have the same set of systems, but these systems are integrated differently within each brain, and this makes us all different. This diversity is, of course, the result of genetic heritage, different experiences and environments. Of course, when we talk about learning, learning changes the human brain. Why we learn, two types of changes occur in the brain. First of all, a change in the internal structure of neurons and an increase in the number of synapses. This means more dendrites between neurons. So by changing the stimulus or behavior, practical or mental exercise, the brain changes responsibly. So the brain is also modified by experience. So multiple complex, concrete experiences and rich environments are important for the growth of dendrites and the healthy functioning of the brain. And of course, the brain is programmed to learn because we are genetically programmed to explore, discover, reflect, and learn. This is what we say physiological need of the brain. Neuroplasticity of the brain, I mentioned before, because the brain is an organ with extraordinary adaptability and plasticity. Neurons are not fixed and mutable entities. The brain constantly restructures and maintains its plasticity throughout life, and the adult brain also is pliable. The brain also is multifunctional parallel processor because it performs multiple functions on multiple levels in different ways, and it also needs choices. The brain is not preformed but structured in order to learn what needs to learn when it is presented with the possibility of choices. The human brain also searches for order and organization because it seeks to bring order to chaos. Organization, including selection, ranking, and comparison, is a biological necessity of the brain. And this works both innerly and by association because the brain does not organize thinking in a linear fashion, but globally and by association. It compares, it contrasts, it relates, it integrates, and seeks to give meaning to what it perceives. So association plays a key role in almost all mental functions. Each word and idea has many links to other words, so the more associations you create in the brain, the more likely piece of information will be encoded in what we call long-term memory, and therefore will be better available for recall. Of course, learning presupposes connections with existing knowledge, with prior knowledge. This is what I saw before about the dendrites. Dendrites resemble the branches of a tree, and they develop from the branch that already exists. Therefore, when we learn a new concept or a skill, the learner must first establish a connection with prior knowledge or experience, because this helps the formation of synapses. The brain searches for novelty. Very, very important. When we learn a new information, I said that either we have new neural connections that are made or the old ones are strengthened. So the brain learns when it enriches, when it adapts and assimilates the unpredictable and the new. And we learn what we practice. We learn because when we practice, new fibers, as I said before, new dendrites grow and connect with each other, forming synapses. Practice means making, correcting also mistakes, learning from our own mistakes, and trying constantly. So mistakes are a necessary part of a learning process. Dendrites develop for what is being practiced. And then attention. Attention plays a big role in learning, especially nowadays, attention span has been decreased. The brain, experts say that the brain stays alert only about 10 minutes. So in general, the dropout in the class happens before the quarter of an hour of activity. So you can understand that the challenge is to find a way to maintain and develop students' attention during a given time. Teachers can capture the attention of learners through multitude of visual, auditory, kinesthetic inputs, new and emotional experience and alternations according to educational neuroscience. And learning involves always conscious processes. Sex pleasure, very, very important. This has to do with the limbic system. The pleasure center of the brain, or what we call reward circuit, tends to desire the repetition of the stimulus or experience that causes pleasure. So every pleasant piece of information can cause a release of dopamine. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter that causes feelings of euphoria in the brain, with the production of endorphins and activates this limbic system. This is the center of emotions in the brain. So in this way, learning becomes more enjoyable and reinforced with inner motivation, interest, active engagement. So the learner learns best, as I said before, through a multisensory process because multisensory stimuli promote the development of the entire cortex, not just one region. Repetition has to do with practice, as I said before. Current neurology has shown that the creation of synaptic connections depends in part on repetition of stimuli. And a brain also is social because a brain evolves and learns through interaction and experiences with others. The brain seems to like learn from others. Natural development alone is not enough. A brain problem solving, as a problem solving is one of the most important skills nowadays. And the brain is engaged in finding multiple responses to a problem rather than finding the right answer. And due to this process, which involves reasoning, involves critical thinking, high-level cognitive skills, neural growth takes place. So teachers should create challenging, relevant, meaningful, authentic learning environments rich in problem-solving activities and situations, where students can build their own understanding of content, they can organize it, and they can think with the aid of their own cognitive models. Learning and processing of most information takes time. We need time to learn because we need time to grow and connect dendrites. The dendrites and synapses perhaps will start to disappear if they are not used and practiced. Very important. It's the famous quote of neuroscientists who say, if you don't use it, you will lose it. And remember that in addition, learners have optimal learning times during the day. Generally, they tend to receive the most information towards the start of the course, then they experience downtime when attention decreases. So teachers have to organize various lessons, make the lessons shorter, and use many different various teaching means and aids. The brain needs temporal breaks because the human brain cannot record an infinite amount of explicit information. It breaks in order to internalize and absorb the information and replenish neurotransmitters, these chemicals that transmit impulses from neuron to neuron. And the search for meaning, as I said before, is important, relevance of information, because new learning is more likely to be acquired and remembered if it is meaningful. On the other hand, if it's not meaningful, it will be erased from memory. Paternization, because brain naturally organize information into categories of patterns. And these patterns always involve the interpretation of information in context. Learning pyramid, it's interesting to see here that it's founded on the results of research on memorization, which was carried out in the national training laboratories in USA. And this showed that after 2 weeks, we tend to retain 10% of what we read, 20% of what we hear, 50% of what we see, 70% of what we see and hear, 70% of what we say, 90% of what we say and do. These learning pyramids actually illustrate that active participation in the learning process results in increased knowledge building and retention. And let's not forget that it's a holistic process, a process of holistic adaptation. Each hemisphere of the brain processes information accordingly to its specialty, its phenomenon known as lateralization of the brain, and then transmits its decision to the other hemisphere. Emotion learning, I mentioned before, everything we learn is influenced by and organized by emotions and states of mind, feelings, and thoughts shape each other. They cannot be separated. Brain responds to positive suggestions also. Environmental learning is important because through this process, the brain creates new neural connections throughout life. So the creation of an environment enriched by new learning experiences and challenges, as well as a stable sensory environment, is essential for brain growth. So these are the principles. This is the limbic system, as I said before, the center of emotions, hypothalamus, thalamus, amygdala, and hippocampus. And what is education implication of all these principles? If educators take into account the functioning of the brain, they can discover the state of students, they can better identify their needs, they can define precise learning objectives for each dynamically adapt teaching pair. Teachers who know these principles, they can maintain the attention of students through sensory and motor exercises. They can awaken the senses, emotions. They can provide multisensory presentations, orientate students towards higher cognitive functions, promote active learning, present relevant and meaningful information. Since I said before, the brain is wired to pay attention to things that are relevant to each person and their survival. They offer the possibility of choice and promote the development of a wide range of mental, physical, aesthetic, social, and emotional interests and skills. They use a wide variety of methods. They use organizers, concept maps. We said before how the brain classifies information. So the use of mind maps in the classroom, organizers are very important. So teacher involves also in the process for more effective learning, which gives rise to various learning experiences. and of course respect the individuality of each student. Create a pleasant atmosphere, take into account the importance of emotion, engage emotion with students, develop emotional intelligence for ways of developing smart physical motivation, provide enriched environments, and of course, we need high order thinking. Here, I would not generalize, but I can see that the mediated devices, the multimedia that we use, are actually based on the functioning of brain. We just don't know about this. Hyperdopamine, for example, this resembles the appetite of the user is close to what of the learner, the association, ideas, trial, and errors, paths, and detours. This principles of non-linearity, principle multimedia, resembles the structure of the brain. Its networks and intersections as well. System is constantly confronted with periods during which an explosion of knowledge takes place in decomposition phases. Sensory immersion multimodality, I mentioned before about this interaction between images and aided sounds and things of this association, important for the brain also, multi-differentiality, flexibility, autonomy, diversification, active participation of learners, and web use, you all know, all the recent data would say that how internet shapes our brain. Feedback exchanges, and if we talk about now of including how an ideal lesson, according to these principles I presented before, how an ideal lesson plan would be. An ideal lesson plan should include, first of all, talk about preparation before starting to teach a new learning object. Neuroscience says that teacher needs to capture the attention. The best way is to learn novelty, humor, and surprise, because the brain is looking for something new. It is constantly looking for stimuli, and the system of the lower brain, which is known as a reticular activation system, filters out stimuli and decides to which what to pay attention and what to ignore. Acquisition, the limbic system mentioned before, the center of emotion, interfere through the entire learning process. It's very important, stimulates the student to desire to refuse or tolerate knowledge in a passive limbic system. And during this process, our brain explores subject by variety of explicit or implicit methods. The error, as I said before, it's considered very important because learning from mistakes offer the opportunity to weaken bad connections in favor of more appropriate connections. And very interesting talk about memory. We know that many inputs are kept in the frontal lobe for short-term memory, which stores information for about 5 to 20 minutes. Most of these inputs are filtered and then discarded without being remembered if they're considered as not important or not compelling. If the inputs are considered relevant and meaningful, then they are routed to the hippocampus and they are maintained there. Hippocampus is a small crescent-shaped structure which learns quickly but has a limited memory capacity. This organizes, sorts, and processes incoming information before sending it to the different areas of the cortex for long-term memorization. So the more associations are created in the brain, remember this, the more likely it is that the information will be encoded in long-term memory and therefore be available for recall. The long-term effect of learning is stabilization of memory by the growth of new synaptic contacts in the brain. Some tips here for teachers that learners best memorize information presented at the start. The information memorized second is that which is presented at the end of the lesson, and learners rarely memorize information presented in the middle. The neural pathway, which is used to process new information, can become a permanent route if the brain uses new information. That's why repetition practice is important. Several ways to improve memory, which include the various heuristic diagrams I mentioned before, which can facilitate recall. Memory is a big chapter. We can talk for hours about this, what are techniques that we can improve memory. So learning involves much more than just communication between neurons. It requires neurons to activate together to create relationships so that information can be recorded, applied in different situations, and building relationships with what the student already knows and engage in information. This can promote long-term learning. Repetition, mentioned before, involves solidity of connections, acceleration, formation, flows, solidity, synaptic patterns, integration of processes, and procedural memory. And I said before, if you don't use it, you will lose it. The quote of neuroscientists, that the brain deteriorates only when it is not being used. The disappearance of connections is called synaptic pruning. So this means that new connections between the neural networks can be established, but they can also weaken or disappear. So higher thinking, increasing the standard retention, brain imaging techniques shows that elaborate repetition with involvement of higher education cognitive abilities involve the frontal lobe of the brain. And this helps learners to make connections between new and old learning to create new pathways to strengthen existing pathways. And the neuroscientist Hannes then summarizes the 4 pillars that cognitive neuroscience has identified as attention, active engagement, feedback, automation of knowledge and procedures, and the transfer from the explicit to the implicit. Before concluding, I want to say that during the COVID pandemic, I wrote an article which had a great impact all over the world. It had many readers all over the world. It was actually how to teach using this neuroscientific approach, because we know that during the quarantine, many people experience, especially students, many mental health disorders like anxiety, depression, stress, post-traumatic stress. And I think that the role of neuroscience is very important, was very important, especially this period, because it could give teachers the framework with the help of which they could develop challenging activities that could increase attention and improve memorization. Because the human brain learns optimally, learns means makes a maximum number of connections when it is intrinsically motivated. So whether this screen, this was presented also in the national television and also in journal for the Greek University, one of the trials. So what are these principles? Again, I sum up that it's crucial to create positive emotions. This suggestion has a universal significance, which is not only restricted to coronavirus pandemic. Many learn pleasant because learning is then caused by challenge and inhibited by threat. Challenging activities could increase attention and improve memorization. Develop social skills because the brain is social. Social distancing during the COVID pandemic was only physical. It shouldn't be related to isolation. We have online collaborative platforms that we can leverage in order to help the students to foster the interaction skills. Even in this period, we have asynchronous communication tools like chat channels, bulletin boards, and discussion groups. Develop self-awareness, encourage students to express their feelings. In security and adopted appropriate methodology. What is appropriate methodology is what fits best to our students in the need relation to their age. So thank you very much for your attention. For any question here discuss, I think it's an interesting paper to explore and discover.
Recording stopped.
Thank you. Thank you very much, madam. And that was a really very interesting topic and critical one also, that starting with the brains, then each and everything. I would like to go forward for our discussion. And before it, I would like to request everyone, please, with the beginning, for such an incredible presentation in this platform, Irtec 2024. And that was wonderfully explained, and definitely it is very important part. And the brain is actually the most complex part of the human body. And starting with that, then moving forward in each and every steps. And of course, now we will have our comments from the experts. And here I would like to take the opportunity to unmute Dr. Subinder Singh as a coordinator and to add your comments.
Thank you so much, sir, for inviting me. And I would like to congratulate Rania Lakumar for
Recording in progress.
very brilliant, thought-provoking, and excellent presentation, especially in the context of how we grasp and the part of what separates us from everything is the brain and how our neurons can work wonders. And especially, I will highlight that ma'am has suggested one pyramid where the lecture part is on the top 5%. And then the actual practice comes under the 75%. This is the reality. So thank you so much, ma'am, for putting this to all the scholars. And I would also reiterate that this is how you learn, especially in terms of the learning abilities, how we can grasp things in education or in general. Is by doing things, and that is how then you can teach others. That is again in the highest form. So thank you so much. It's a wonderful, wonderful presentation, ma'am. Congratulations to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Singh, for such a wonderful explanation. Now, this is time to have the message from the speaker. And yeah, before it, I think that Murat sir also wanted to add. I would like to unmute Murat sir also to add your comment in this platform regarding the presentation of Dr. Rania Madam here.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rania. I have a question, regarding the language learning. So traditionally, out of my knowledge, I know there is, the left side of the brain and the right side of the brain. So some saying that the left one is a processing the language, and the other, which is producing the creativity. So, I'm kind of confused about those. If you can explain more, and how this help the English teachers, the language teachers, to help them understand exactly what's going on the brain on language level. Thank you. It's quite interesting presentation. Thank you so much.
This question, thank you so much for this question. I want to highlight this because for many years now, traditionally, we started from Harold Gardner. We talk about the right hemisphere, which is responsible or which is correlated with intuition, with creativity, with innovation, and the left side of the brain, which is related with analysis, with logic, with reasoning. This idea was popularized by many neuroscientists for many years, such as Carl Gardner, who talked about multiple intelligence and all these learning profiles. And still now, there is this misconception. I have discussed with many scientists, neuroscientists from many countries, and I have read the most recent papers about this. This is a misperception. So many years we're talking about this this separation of the two hemispheres. This is wrong. The recent data show that there is interaction of both hemispheres throughout all this. If you talk about creativity, if you talk about reasoning, the two hemispheres interact. There are neurons who interact all the time. We cannot talk, it's overgeneralization, simplification to talk about the two hemispheres separately. This is the new recent data, and it's only embraced by the academic scientific community now. But thank you very much, because still nowadays we'll talk about right and left hemisphere. No, it's very overgeneralized. Does not exist. There are neurons in two parts of the brain which interact all the time.
Thank you very much. Wonderful explanation by Dr. Raina Madam. Also, I think Murad sir also for making the question. And actually, in this way, all presentations become more and more interesting whenever we are having a conversation. And that was a mind-blowing presentation. Truly, that's explaining each and every part, and the right hemisphere and the left, and about the brain and the neuro. That's more complicated subject, and truly explaining in a very wonderful manner with the simplicity so that everyone can understand. Now this is time to have the message from our Dr. Raina Lentelmaiden, the researcher and academician, so that it will encourage them to start their research in this area. Over to you.
I want to highlight 2 points. The first one is that according to research, our attention span now has decreased in 15 years from in the 2000 it was 12 seconds. Now it's shrunk to 8 seconds. So scientists think that we now have shorter attention spans than goldfish, who are able to focus on a task or object for 9 seconds. So especially we know how teenagers nowadays who are distracted a lot from smartphones and tablets that cannot be concentrated inside the classroom. And this was proved by the recent data from PISA. PISA results in all countries showed decreased performance among students in all countries, especially at the COVID pandemic and after. The results were very disappointing in all countries when we talk about mathematical, scientific skills, and reading skills. And one of the reasons that PISA gave as interpretation of these results was that students, 50% of students do not follow teacher in the classroom. They cannot be concentrated because of smartphones and tablets and all these things. And this was a result of PISA, and this is happening. Just a little what is happening in Sweden. I don't know if I've mentioned before, but Sweden is one of the most tech-savvy countries in the world. They have started to use technologies and tablets already in preschool classes many years now. But this summer, they announced that they're going to ban the use completely of tablets in preschool, and they're going to reduce the use of these devices because the latest year showed decreased performance, low performance of students there in reading skills, mathematical skills, in handwriting skills. Students can't write with their hands, so they lost their handwriting skills, and they think that technology is responsible for this. This was a bomb for the European Union, which now the European Union funds 2 billion for artificial intelligence. For school, it gives 2 billion for schools who are going to integrate artificial intelligence in the classroom. So it was a bomb. And the example of Sweden, there are other countries that will follow this example, like also the Netherlands. There is this, these results, low performances are unfortunately related to the not wise use of technology. I'm not saying that technology should be banned. We need, of course, we need technology, but it should be complementary alongside with traditional methods. So find always a golden recipe. I think that neuroscience gives us a great framework, and especially, as I said before, with the COVID pandemic, I wrote this article which was very successful. Because it highlights how it can help also students with mental health disorders. We know how students suffered mental health disorders through the COVID pandemic, with obsessive and compulsory habits, with depression, anxiety, the tentatives of suicide. And neuroeducation can help a lot in this. So we think that maybe it was an incentive for our researchers today to explore this field because it's not very well explored, especially educators. Educators don't know much about brain-based strategies and how we can implement them. These brain strategies can be implemented in all subjects, at all levels of education. It's not only about primary and secondary education. So I think it's a great opportunity today to learn about these principles and how we can implement them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and please give a big hand. You are right, madam, for such an incredible presentation, brainstorming presentation on the neuroscience and explaining all the facts. And truly, it's a wonderful presentation. Thank you very much, madam, and big congratulations to you for such an incredible presentation. And in future also, we are expecting more and more presentations from your side. Thank you very much. Namaste from our side. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
So we have seen that one other incredible presentation by Dr. Raina Madam, and one after another, the Martin presentations are going on from the academicians, global leaders from the different countries. Now our next presentation, the presentation will be by our Dr. Kate Nicholas, and thereafter, Dr. Valisa from Philippines, that Rizal Technical University will be ready. Now this is time to here welcome our next speaker, Dr. Kate Nicholas. I would like to take the opportunity to introduce in front of you Dr. Kate Nicholas, the Vice President from Investment Banker from Sweden, and he's always coming with his wonderful presentations and truly having some unique ideas and of course explaining the entrepreneurship and the innovative ideas among the researchers and academics. May I request you all to give a big hand to Dr. Kate Nicholas here in this platform, and pretty much we will all enjoy his presence. Over to you, sir, and thank you for joining. Namaste.
Okay, thank you very much for this wonderful introduction, and I am very pleased to participate in this stimulating and very interesting conference with
Recording
many interesting presentations that I've been attending already and learning from. And now I am sharing my screen. I just want to confirm that you can see my screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Yes. Okay, so my focus area is I'm doing the PhD studies on international relations, and a lot of attention these days is focused in international relations on the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, and therefore I'm going to talk about this conflict from a multidisciplinary practical research point of view, because what is happening is that it's bringing a lot of attention because people try to understand why this conflict happened and why it is going on, and therefore it seems like it is not only the sort of classical clash here between sort of capitalism and communism, but rather it is more like a civilizational conflict here, which requires a lot of multidisciplinary research to understand the situation, because it relates to peace and war research, but there is also a lot of influences from religions in the clash of civilization. Is there an ongoing secularization, and also what other factors can have an influence on this? And if we look at the next slide here in my presentation, I am, as usual, I am referring to the clash of civilizations in my research, and this very important book published by the Harvard professor Samuel P. Huntington on remaking the world order. And in this research that was not completed, there is described that there is an ongoing Western decay in the Western civilization. However, many questions are still outstanding. For example, is there a secularization or is there not? And these kind of questions. But if we look at the next slide, going back to year 1997, then we can see that Professor Huntington was describing the relationships between the West and the Russian civilization as less conflictual. That means that the conflicts were not at that time very large. There were much more conflicts between almost all other civilizations, but between the Western civilization and the Russian civilization, it was a very peaceful and calm relationships between for 25 years ago. So then the research that is going on in international relations is to understand why has this changed over the last 25 years. What has changed, and why is there now a conflict going on? And if we look at, for example, a recent research study published by the University of Chicago, they found that 64% of the people in Russia, they see the conflict in Ukraine as a civilizational struggle between Russia and the West. So they see it as a clash of civilizations and not in the classic Cold War mentality sort of viewpoint. Also, 68% of the Russians are concerned about the Western HBTQ values, and therefore they feel that they want to defend Russia. And 95% of the Russian people are saying that they are proud of Russia. So we are finding a little bit of a new data here compared to how it was during the Cold War. And the big change here is that we see Russian people are concerned about the increased secularization of the Western civilization. If we look at a research study done by the Pew Research Center in America, they have discovered that if we look at mainly Western Europe and America, we see that more than 50% are actually supporting same-sex marriage and HBTQ values. So a majority in the Western civilization is now supporting those HBTQ values that Russia feel is sort of a threat to the Russian civilization. While if we look at the bottom part of this graph, we see that many countries, especially in Asia and Africa, they have more traditional values and especially larger belief in religion. And because of the religious beliefs, they are less inclined to support those HBTQ values. And therefore, the multidisciplinary research is becoming very important for the West to understand the Western decay. And there has been a very one-sided flow of research from the West to Africa and to Asia, but very little from Africa and Asia to Europe and to also to America. And I think one of the important things going into the future with regards to multidisciplinary research is that the West should not only educate the world, but the West should also learn from the rest of the world about what may be the peaceful benefits of traditional values, which are supported by Professor Huntington in his research that a civilization and values based on religious values is the greatest safeguard for security and peace into the future. If we look at what has happened in Europe, in year 2020, the United Nations, they sent a report to the Vatican about gender equality policies, secular United Nations values. The Vatican just ripped that report and said that is unacceptable and offensive. However, if we look 3 years later in year 2023, the Pope in the Vatican has now made female leaders at the Vatican, and gender equality is coming into increasingly into the Western civilization and the values. So we see that secular values are infringing and coming into power into the religious center of Europe and the Western civilization, with the Pope now blessing same-sex couples and marriages. That means the HBTQ values are getting increasingly strong in the Western civilization, and therefore Russia correctly states that they want to defend the Russian civilizations against the increased HBTQ values in the West. However, if we look at the Western civilization and the HBTQ values in more detail, a research survey discovered that the so-called classic Western European countries and USA support HBTQ values very overwhelmingly. However, Eastern Europe, which used to be a part of the Soviet Union, they are opposing HBTQ values and stand more for traditional conservative values, and therefore it is becoming a divide within the European Union with regards to HBTQ values and same-sex marriages, and therefore Russia feel that they want to sort of defend the Russian civilization and try to incorporate other countries into that civilization. And if we look at further into this religious divide and the civilizations, we see that the Protestant civilization in Europe has even more secular values than the Catholic civilization. That means that when the Pope is talking about HBTQ values, the Protestants are even more supportive of these values in Europe. And this trend of secular values has been most extreme in the country where I'm living in Sweden, where, for example, single households used to be only 15% of the population after World War II. Today, a majority of people in Sweden actually do live alone. They don't have a wife, they don't have a husband, they don't have children. They are just living alone, and they live in single households. And this development has also started from the 1970s in Switzerland in Europe, from a much lower level with around 5% single households in the 1970s. However, this has tripled up to 15% recently in these years. So Switzerland is now at the point where Sweden was after World War II. The question going forward is if also Switzerland will develop as how Sweden did after World War II. Is Switzerland also going to become secularized country, or is there going to be a backslash against these trends? If we look at the research from Professor Huntington, he is asking the question, will it become a dark age? And if we're looking at Sweden with the secular values, a lot of dark age phenomena has happened. For example, there has been an explosion in the number of rapes when Sweden secularized. Switzerland has not seen that development at all. So there is a difference. And the question is, will Switzerland follow the sort of dark age trend that Sweden has been a leader of in Europe? And if we look at the values, to the right, Switzerland, Sweden to the left here, we see that Sweden is standing up for gender equality, HBTQ, secularization, and joining the European Union and so on, while Switzerland has stayed more traditional, conservative, and religious values and preserving neutrality. However, if we're looking at the trend that has been going on for the last 30 years, there is an obvious trend that Switzerland is moving in the direction towards Swedish values instead of the other way around. That means that the Western decay continues, and it is very difficult to do anything about it and that is also possibly what is leading Europe into this conflict in Ukraine against the Russian civilization, because Russia simply has refused to be part of this Western decay with what they consider to be immoral values and things like that. The only way that I have found in my research when the Western decay continues is that the Western civilization will eventually become possibly destroyed, and then, like this citation is saying, holding the fort for a civilization is never easy, and building a new one when the old one is shattered is impossible. It has never been done before, but it's got to be done if anything is going forward along these lines. That means that it is necessary to build a new civilization, especially in the Western civilization needs to be rebuilt and redeveloped for peace to prevail. Because according to Professor Huntington, civilization approach is the only way to guarantee peace and security. And if civilization is eroded by secular values into the religious foundations of Europe, then Europe is at big risk of having more conflicts instead of less conflicts. And contributing factors to this is, as I've been talking in previous presentations about, the declining sort of emotions that is happening in the Western civilizations, where people are losing the enthusiasm and happiness and going down into more sort of worries, boredom, anger, hate, and these kind of things. And that is also supported by the force of the spread of psychiatry in the Western civilization. And therefore, the Church of Scientology is trying to reverse this trend by using Dianetics, the modern science of mental health, to improve the sanity of the Western civilization to more positive emotions and more positive thinking. And this has been very successful, for example, in South Africa. And the question now is, can it also happen in the Western civilization? And that's what my research continues to focus on. And that is where I see that multidisciplinary research involving Africa and Asia is becoming increasingly important, because the values and the thinking in Africa especially it's very important for Europe to also consider into its research on peace and security and war and why it's happening and so on, because even if Europe is maybe still a dominating force, to export secular values to the rest of the world is maybe not going to build a peaceful world. And that was the presentation from my side today, and it's a short presentation, but I hope that I have been able to convey my basic message in my research on international relations.
Recording stopped.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. That was another incredible presentation on international relations. And may I request each and everyone to give the big hand first to Dr. Nicholas, sir, for such a wonderful presentation in this platform. Now the presentation is open for discussion. I think that Murad sir wanted to interact. I would like to take the opportunity to unmute Murad sir here for his interaction. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. It's an interesting subject, and talking about the conflict. I don't want to, take it as the
Recording in progress.
The Palestinian and Israeli conflict. But my question for you, consider your representation about civilization. How you define civilization? And who has the right to define civilization? This is the biggest problem we have. Each one try to, define the civilization from his side. This is the biggest problem. So the West defines civilization from their point of view. And, especially USA try to, force their civilization for the whole world. What that means? When we try to say civilization, each one of us has the right and has part in this civilization. It's not only one part. It's not a Western part. It's each country, each, even village has the part to this kind of civilization. So let's say about, homosexual. So they try to force this kind of issue on the whole world. Anyone who try to be against that, he against the civilization. It's the Western civilization. So if you try to force your civilization on us and foreign civilization, this is the biggest problem. And the same issue with the Israel against us in Palestine. They try to say anti-Semitism, who trying to say, no. Let's think about what's going on here in Palestine. And let's say that this is occupation, and those people have the right to live their life, and they have kids the same like the Israeli kids. They have the right to live their life. No, you anti-Semite. So defining issue, this is the biggest thing. We try to, as I call it all the time, define it, you will find it. We have a problem in definition. We have a problem. Civilization, let's all of us, all the academic, all the intellectual people, define what civilization which appeal all the kids all over the world. Not someone who tried to force this kind of civilization on everybody. And none of us tried, everybody saying, no, this is not civilization. This is kind of greedy people who try to take everything from us. So this is the biggest problem. Define it, you'll find it. We have a problem in definition, Mike. And thank you for your presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Murad, for your question, and this very important question that you're raising here. And I will try to answer it a little bit, because your question is very big and very complicated and very important for research and for peace and security for many people and for the whole world. And to begin with, I can just give you what academic scholars has used as definition for civilization. And basically, they don't use the word civilization to begin with. They use the word culture. That means that they start with a concept culture and they say, okay, we have a group of people that is sharing a common culture, and then we group them together in a common culture, and they have agreed on something that they believe. It can be anything. It can be maybe they like ABBA music or rock music or jazz music or some political party or something. It's a culture. You understand? HBTQ maybe is a culture. To be Muslim maybe is a culture. But yeah, but then academic scholars have tried to extrapolate the concept of culture into the concept of civilizations, and that's where it becomes complicated because they say the largest common denominator for people is to belong to a culture that is part of a civilization. You understand what I'm saying? So they say that maybe you belong to a small culture, but you also belong to a big civilization with a common interest. Okay, so maybe you like jazz music and you are Muslim, and your culture is to listen to jazz music, but your civilization is considered to belong to the Muslim civilization. And academic scholars they have tried and they have attempted to group civilizations and to define it as different religions. However, on academic level, this has not been very successful because what has happened is that they have defined something called the Western civilization instead of the Catholic civilization, the Christian civilization, the Protestant civilization. That means that they have used what I would consider more like militaristic approach of looking at, for example, America's interest here and the Central Intelligence Agency and saying the Western civilization opposing some other civilization here. But that is not always rational because, for example, you mentioned Israel here. Israel is considered by America to be part of the Western civilization. However, Israel is in itself its own religious civilization, the Jewish civilization. There is a big definition problem here going on because who has the right, like you rightly say, to define these civilizations? And the only right people have to make this sort of definition comes from the people themselves. I mean, they have to decide what civilization do I belong to, and there are many conflicts within civilizations. For example, you have the Western civilization considering Turkey to be part of the Western civilization in NATO. However, Turkey itself feel maybe more that they belong to the Islamic civilization from a religious point of view, and therefore definition is exactly the point here. And people are even risking their lives on having conceptual problems of defining civilizations and doing the right definitions on what civilization people are. I mean, Russia it has their own definitions on the Western civilization, and they go to war against the Western civilization. How many people really in the West are homosexuals? I would say that there is a very small percentage. Is Russia at war against homosexuality in the West? Maybe they are. Who is willing to really defend that? Yeah, I mean, you maybe find 1,000 homosexual people, but maybe the rest they are just like indifferent, and they say they have the freedom to do whatever they want. They support freedom, but maybe they don't support homosexuality as such. You understand what I'm saying? They support freedom, and this complicates the research very much because the Western civilization is trying to stand up for the values of freedom, so that everyone can have freedom, but at the same time, that freedom is also undermining the religious civilizations of the Western civilization. So the Western civilization is threatened from within because of this definition problem that is going on. Because really, a civilization is built on a religion and not on only on the concept of freedom. So there is a big definition problem here because freedom concept can be secular, it can be LGBTQ, it can be gender equality, it can be many different things. Even the right to have guns and to murder and everything can be freedom, and that is not a civilization. So I'm sorry, I cannot give you a much better answer. It is still ongoing research, and there are not many good answers from academic scholars on this topic. But this is very very important, and you're asking right on the most important question that can exist in this world today with regards to peace and security.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And that was, I think, a wonderful question and answering session. And we have seen that Murad sir making one very wonderful question. And whether civilization can be imposed to others, that is also very critical point here. And I have seen that Dr. Nicholas sir also that explaining in a very wonderful manner. Yes, of course, the civilization go with the freedom. And three basic points are always in the civilization. It may be number one, culture-based. Culture-based civilization we have observed in various research. Religion-based their civilization, and also the thought process. Sometimes beyond of this one, only with the thought process of the people. And what we would like to share here that civilization always should be for the betterment of our that common people. This should be the main motivation here. I think that yeah, of course, that if we go from one religion to another religion and say one culture to another culture, it may be the Western, it may be the Eastern culture. We cannot say like that. One is superior to the other. Yeah, of course, they're adopting this one and based on their own culture, which is a good culture in maybe the European country, may not be in the African country. They feel it like that. All right, we can accept this one, and that is always very critical analysis are going on. And here, I think that we are having really wonderful interaction, and this kind of discussion will inculcate the true thought process among the research, among the academics. And I would like to take the opportunity also here to unmute our professor, Dr. Rajesh Kannur sir, also for one comment from your side regarding this discussion. It is a really wonderful discussion, and yes, of course, if you ask my viewpoint, civilization should be spontaneous. My viewpoint is that was spontaneous. It should not be imposed to anyone. We cannot
Stop talking.
It should be spontaneous. It's based.
पीछे बात कौन कर रहा है?
Should, as Nicholas sir also put forward that point, that freedom of accepting the civilization, it should be there always, whatever we are explaining. Over to Kannur sir for your comment.
Thank you, sir, for unmuting me. Of course, it is a very, very great discourse between civilizations. If you see the history and all the things, okay, each civilization having its own merits and demerits and has having it significant, it has put on this global arena. If we analyze it very minutely, anyway, we have to respect each civilization because each civilization has given its contribution for the humankind, for its progress and sustainability. And we have to follow an universal ethics and principles. Okay, if you respect it, the universality, what you call an universality, okay, that it tries to maintain the status quo of an world world order. Thank you, sir. Thank you for considering me.
Thank you for your discussion. Dr. Singh also here. We would like to unmute you for your comment here in this purpose.
Thank you so much, sir, for unmuting me. And I would like to congratulate Nicholas for, first of all, very wonderful topic, and Murad sir also for an excellent question, because who decides? That is a question. Imposing imposing other thoughts process, especially from the Western society, we're always seeing that they want to impose their order into the dominant one. They want to be dominated worldwide. So this power of dominance actually ruin certain aspects of the culture, certain aspects, and in terms of the civilization, we all know that the starting point of human existence and in various parts of the globe, they started and they flourish. So it is all in their merits, but it's all about the humanity, the peace process, and everyone has his own definition of humanity and peace. So we as an academician, as a scholar, must understand what is the right order in order to have a peace, as well as every individual has his unique potential, and we have to try to maximize it. With this, I would like to end my conclusion, and thank you so much, Nicholas, for this wonderful presentation. Congratulations to you, and wonderful, wonderful discussion. Over to all of you, Presidents.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Singh. And we have seen that wonderful discussion session and initiated by our Murad sir and thereafter our Professor Kanur sir and Dr. Singh and Dr. Kate Nicholas also explaining that his viewpoint. That was incredible presentation and wonderfully presented. And here we have seen that touching the various corners of this critical topic. And that was explanation was also wonderful. I would like to have one short message by Dr. Kate Nicholas as the keynote speaker message in this slide. Over to you.
Okay, what was your question now? You want me to ask a question or?
No. Yeah, here you can share one advice note to the researcher, those who want to come to this thing, say in the international relation or this civilization part.
Yeah,
How
okay.
Research.
Yeah, I would say that the most important, and this is also supported by what Dr. Singh was mentioning here, is that the West has been trying to impose its values on the world, and according to Professor Huntington, this is actually a negative thing because of the Western decay. And I think that it is time to, it's a very crucial point in history that the flow of research and information has to be partly reversed, where other countries, other civilizations try to also help the Western civilization to improve and to change the trend of this Western decay, because we have very, very fine civilizations in Africa, in Asia, in many parts of the world, which are based on very beautiful, good religious values, while the Western civilization is rapidly, very fast, deteriorating into secularization, conflicts, and military war. And therefore, my message to any researcher is to not only buy the opinions from the West, but also try to help the West to explain in research what are the benefits of the good values from the rest of the world.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and big thanks to our Dr. Kate Nicholas for such a wonderful explanation. And truly saying, actually, the civilization should be always spontaneous. It should not be imposed to someone. We should not give that picture that this civilization should be adopted and should be taken by everyone. It is actually beyond humanity. What we feel always, because everyone, that human being, they have right to consider their own culture, their own religion, and they are growing in that way. So how the one human being can pressurize another human being that you have to adopt my culture, you have to adopt my religion, or you have to adopt my civilization? It is truly, I think, that non-humanitarian ground. We cannot say it is a humanitarian ground. So therefore, I think that this kind of research will give the opportunity, and it is purely coming out of the domain that from the European country, African country, and the Asian. That's we are here all together from the different zones. So it's actually for the betterment of our civilization. Truly, this kind of discussion will give the opportunity to the policymaker also to think about these things, because it is going on live also. So they can also think that yes, that there should be some policies so that we can save the humanity, we can save their thought process, we can respect each other. It should not be like that. We have to attack, we have to pressurize someone to go in that way. So I hope that this will be that eye-opening session for the policymakers also, that they will also think this kind of discussion will, I think, that give them the opportunity to think that yes, of course, we have to respect each other, we have to respect each of the civilization, and no one is superior, no one is inferior. It's all the human being, and we have to move together for the betterment of our humanity. Thank you very much, Dr. Nicholas, for such a wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. We will move forward to our next presentation.
Recording stopped.
So now this is time to welcome our next presenter here, keynote speaker, Dr. Valisa Rubeya Madam from the Regional Technological University, Philippines. So I would like to take the opportunity to unmute here Dr. Vanessa Madam in this platform. I would like to share here that Madam Vanessa is credited with numbers of the research paper, her that what wonderful presentations guiding the students, also the winning the award in an international level. So here we would like to welcome Dr. Vanessa Madam from Regional Technological University qualifying with a big hand from our side. And I'm very much sure that we will all enjoy this presentation also. Thank you for joining and namaste from our side.
Okay, thank you very much. I will now share. Okay, so great morning, great afternoon, and great evening to all of us. Study is very important to me and close to my heart since I'm a certified
Recording in progress.
20 years, and this is all about the essence of corporate governance performance of external auditors in business sustainability. This has been already on my research and already published the corporate governance performance. So let us now help and be interested in this topic. As part of my introduction, it's all about, it came with the Enron problem, late back 2000. It's all about why so many accountants are quitting right now. Okay? In the US, there are 70% of accountants which are not which are retiring. Okay? Why this is happening? Okay? Maybe because what happened to Enron, a collapse, the biggest auditing firm in that year. And that will make other accountants or other external auditors have the feeling of failure, has a feeling of loneliness, okay? And has a feeling of afraidness, okay? Or fearfulness. So this is all about knowing what is the external auditor need to know in order for an external auditor to survive in this trend or in this civilization, which I not call the accounting civilization. So about the background of this study, it's all about to validate the corporate governance performance of external auditors in support the sustainable development goals. As we all know, we have that by 2030. To identify the content of business sustainability, to assess the needed corporate governance performance of external auditors that will contribute to business sustainability and, of course, the society's expectation with external auditors. What are the corporate governance performance of external auditors? These are the problems that I had to solve. What are the sustainable development goals in relation to business and sustainability? And of course, we all know that having a business, we need to have this profit. We need to maximize its resources and minimize our expenses in order for us to grow and sustain. Then number 3 is what are the needed corporate governance performance of external auditors that will contribute to business sustainability and the society's expectations. So in doing this, I adopt constructivist learning theory, which is all about learning. The learning is only not only in the passive way, but of course from the learners itself. And another thing is adult learning theory, wherein there's a difference between how the adults learn and how the children learn. And of course, I use this in qualitative method, specifically content analysis. For the results of this is that the corporate governance performance of external auditors are efficiency, effectiveness, quality, accessibility, communication skills, knowledge, responsibility, and accountability. And this is according to a snapshot from the report of the World Bank, the SDGs in relation to business sustainability. So you can see it all. And for this topic, the main relevant is the goal 11, sustainable cities and communities. Data and statistics, facts and figures, the world cities occupy just 3% of the Earth's land, but account for the 60 to 80% of energy consumption and 75% of carbon emissions. So right now, accounting is not only purely on numbers, but also the environment, the climate, and the surrounding itself. For the business sustainability, this is relevant to the economic, governance, social, ethical, and environmental. And for the needed corporate governance performance of external auditors to business sustainability and the society's expectations for the external auditors, proper determination of sustainability performance, accurate and reliable reporting, and independent assurance the sustainability information remain a major challenge. That is by Rizay, year 2017. And I have this rank, which is the need for the external auditors to be effective and to be relevant in today's world. Number one rank is the knowledge. Second is efficiency, effectiveness, accountability, communication skills, responsibility, and punctuality and transparency. And there is a need to call for the external auditors to adhere to corporate governance performance in order to achieve this business sustainability. For our conclusions, the corporate governance performance are important in the practice of external audit. The SDGs are aligned in the process of achieving the business sustainability. External auditors are encouraged to understand the impact of corporate governance performance to their client, the business, and the community toward the achievement of SDGs in the year 2030. And for the recommendations to promote the CGP among external auditors to the activities in the awareness of SDGs and its timeline in relation to the role of external auditors, it continues the campaign drive to train external auditors for the corporate governance performance and for the future resources to extend the study in the corporate governance performance assessment of the internal auditors. So these are the references, and I could state, and I want to share success comes out when you surpass rejections and failures with a half heart. Again, thank you for listening. God bless us all.
Recording stopped.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Felicia, Madam, for such a wonderful presentation. And you have explained at least clear in class and showing the quantitative resource design, content analysis, wonderfully presented each and everything began for our Dr. Felicia, Madam from Philippines for such a wonderful presentation. So here I would like to take the opportunity to unmute here Professor Dr. Abdus Kandur sir also for one message as a part of discussion in this presentation.
Thank you, sir. Of course, I congratulate to Dr. Velisa Madam for a very excellent and very innovative and very precise.
Recording in progress.
As they explained that goodness is softened and how the sustainability will occurs. Okay. Thank you, Madam. Thank you. We are very grateful to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for your message. And now this is time to have one message from Dr. Felicia Madam. May I request you, Madam, to share one message, keynote speaker message to all.
Thank you for listening. And I would like to share to the beginners, to the researchers, that please don't stop and please have a focus on your specific or your specialization. Okay, that is the very hard part in me in doing this. I need to check what part of my research that I need to undergo, and that is since I'm a certified public accountant for more than 20 years in a row, I focus on that field. It's the challenge is not that less. It's more challenging. Okay? But if you are if you love that, you have the passion to do that field, please go on, stand and be patient, and please have faith on yourself. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your message and begin to our Dr. Felicia Madam for such a wonderful presentation and explanation on this topic. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
Now we will move forward to our next presentation, and here we are having the presentation by our Professor Demetrius sir. So I would like to take the opportunity to unmute here. Professor Demetrius sir is here. So it is a great pleasure and honor for us to introduce in front of you Professor Dr. Demetrius A. Karas, Professor in the Digital System, National Capodistrian University, Athens School of Science Department, General Athens, Greece. Sir is always coming with the incredible presentation, and he is the man of artificial intelligence and the computer science. So let us welcome Professor Demetrius sir with the big app from outside, and I'm pretty much sure we will all enjoy his presentation. Thank you very much, sir, for joining. Over to you.
Thank you very much for this invitation. Thank you for this wonderful event.
Recording in progress.
I'm very glad to be here and communicate with you about some important aspects regarding artificial intelligence, which is my research. What I want to talk today about is about the combination of intelligence, artificial intelligence, and IoT for smart, sustainable cities. I will go directly to the topic of what is a smart city, and I want to integrate here some ideas we heard before in previous presentations. When we say about smart cities, first of all, they are cities, and they should be hubs for economic growth, job creation, new ideas and innovation, technological evolution, communication networking, social transformation in general, but also civilization. We heard about civilization and culture. We know that the majority of population in a few years will live in cities only. The villages and rural areas, they are combined into town cities. So the old villages seem to be, apart from the ones that they are very touristic places, they are in a decline. So, a smart sustainable city, what exactly is this? About its infrastructure, of course, it should be a technological, innovative city that uses information and communication technology in order to improve quality of life, efficiency in all urban operations and services, and competitiveness. But the issue is to ensure that all needs are met, not only for the present, but also for the future generations. Our scope should change, and the new smart cities should not take into account only the current populations, but also how to regenerate and how to efficiently manage natural resources for the new generations that will come. Because actually the earth is not something we own, it's something we borrow from the next generations. Never forget this. And a smart city cannot be a smart city without taking into account this fact. So it's about economy, social and environmental aspects management that any smart city should take into account. As you understand, priority here also, although I do not mention it here, is cultural issues and civilization issues. If you want to have a specification regarding smart cities and ICT infrastructure, but it's not the only infrastructure, it should be an adaptable, reliable, scalable, accessible, secure, and resilient in general infrastructure in order to improve quality of life of the citizens, to ensure economic growth, to improve well-being, to establish environmentally responsible behavior, consumption, and production that meets the needs of today without sacrificing the needs of future generations, as I told you previously. These are some definitions, but here we lack again that one of the principles in order to establish a smart city is not only technology, is not only the infrastructure, it's also respect and civilization and culture. Without this, the other factors cannot work properly. And this is a missing point, but I will come back to this. So, if we want to conclude with this specification for a smart, sustainable city. Such a city, of course, should have an infrastructure for any kind of services in a modern way, including transportation, of course, mobility, all utilities, energy, water, telecommunication, manufacturing sectors, and also retail sectors, market, smart market. Also, what is very, very important is not only the services for the people that are using this infrastructure for everyday life, but what is more important sometimes is to reinforce using these technologies to reinforce prevention and functionality because of disasters. So there should be a way, a technological way, to prevent from disasters, alarm people, evacuate properly the smart cities. So there is a need here for a global sensor networking system, not only, of course, in the city, because a city can have the resources, but the country should have also all technological aspects in the scaling manner in order to see the disasters, how a city can see alone the disaster. It's in a country level. And also their ability to address issues with climate change, climate crisis, and all these current problems. One of the current problems, of course, is also peace and conflict resolution, but this is something that I will come to the end of my talk. Also, what is very important and connected to things that we have discussed so far is governance. Good governance and mechanisms and policies in order to bring well-being in a city. You need good governance, good regulations, and this is something that can be built based on not only on technology, but should be built also through respect, education, and many other methodologies known from the past, but now should transform the whole way of thinking in order to have new societies, new cultures, new cities. When a city is not smart, of course, for instance, when the infrastructure is not well connected, you have issues like traffic jams, delays in your transportations, when there is lack of coordination in disasters, when you don't have information, the city should be transparent. The information should be there for anyone who is interested, of course. When we have shortages of supplies, when we have problems in electricity, in sanitation, including water and food, when we have unused resources, so when there is no optimal resource management for the services that are required in a scaling approach, of course, including the future requirements, when we have unused resources, this is an issue. Optimality in services and resources management is an issue. If we want to see the whole picture of the services, then we should include, of course, transportation, all kinds of utilities, including water, electricity, and everything else. health, all health issues and education are included, safety and security, real estate management and smart buildings, employment and opportunities, environment, all environmental issues, including, of course, climate crisis management, governance, sanitation, especially now related to cleaning of the atmosphere and the water, ICT infrastructures, manufacturing sector, all this in this hierarchy, as you can see, it's something that if we take into account all these sectors in this hierarchy, then we could have the idea of how smart city could be arranged, could be managed, if all these factors are taken into account. And with governance, I could include also the issues of the social issues, especially the issues of minorities, all kinds of issues of management of people. So governance is something here very important, and technology can help in this, as I will explain. So some key services include, of course, transportation and logistics. These services can be very much helped through the use of AI and IoT, because this is the main topic that we will see immediately. So transportation and logistics, utilities, the smart cities in general, the smart buildings, consumption, entertainment, of course. Don't forget entertainment, I have forgot here, but never mind. Industrial aspects, environmental, agriculture, all these areas can be influenced a lot by artificial intelligence, ICT technology, and IoT. So we will see that the combination of IoT, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, it's crucial for the smart, sustainable cities of the present and especially of the future, because the now smart cities are not so smart. We may have some smart buildings, some only. We may have also some autonomous vehicles or limited management of vehicles and a lot of things for security, like cameras, etc. But the services are not really so smart and not the holistic thing, in any case, that you see here, that we should be able to manage through technology and good governance, of course. So AI and IoT can help a lot in this aspect because they can offer high speed for decision making, resilience also in management of resources, the machine learning also can enable smart decision making, automated decision making at large scale, and therefore sustainability of big cities, big smart cities, is possible if you integrate all these factors. I will explain, however, that in all this as a background is information gathering. And what is important here is the Internet of Things. Decision making is in the high level, but we need sensor networking. This is including in the Internet of Things. So regarding Internet of Things is the very basic infrastructure, is the global infrastructure for the information now society, and all advanced services need interconnection of sensors, of physical, of course, devices, virtual devices also through services in smartphones or whatever else. So we need interoperability and communication technologies all interconnected, but in the infrastructure we need devices, sensing devices, and these sensing devices, this global sensor network, is the one that can provide the information needed for the management of a smart city and a smart area in general. When we say about this global sensor network, we include all home appliances, because home appliances in the near future, of course, there will be interconnected even in the IoT, the Internet of Things. Our refrigerator, our oven, everything. Now, of course, this is a very small percentage of our appliances. Only limited number exists. But imagine the future. In the future, everything that is under electricity and needing energy, it will be interconnected. It will be interconnected through communication technologies in the Internet of Things. Everything. From your car, your appliances, and even your clothes. Smart, wearable sensors and smart wearable material will have smart clothes. So everything, even your body, with internal small sensors for checking your health, this will be interconnected. What is important, however, is to bring here in this discussion of IoT is to bring into attention the artificial intelligence issue, how it's compared to the human intelligence, to behavior, thinking, and rationality. So, if you see this table, you can see that, for instance, what we want is not only systems that think like humans. This is the first approach. We may have systems that think rationally. This is something that now can be in place. Systems that act rationally. This is not achieved. Systems that act like humans. Robotics seem to have such a behavior, but they act like they are not fully. And systems that think like humans. Is this possibility? What we have up to now is expert systems. We have, for instance, tools, which is the new outbreak of ChatGPT and all this stuff. They think like, but we are far away in all these principles to pass real Turing tests. Although ChatGPT answers reasonably and answers also rationally and is thinking like human, if you search a bit more its responses, you will see many flaws. And one of the most important flaws you may have heard is hallucination. Hallucination is a big problem in these tools. I don't have time to consider more, but we are far away from real human behavior, systems that think not like, but think as humans, not like humans, and systems that act as humans, not like humans. We may have up to now systems that think rationally, that act rationally. Even the left part may be for some in the industry and now in nearly in the market to claim such things, but the left part is not completely, it's only like, it's only a simulation. But systems that think rationally, real, and act rationally, and this is the reason I put it in red, now do not exist. And of course, if they could exist, humans supervision would be lower. Now, all systems of artificial intelligence need human supervision. Without human supervision, the system will collapse. How do we create things? This is the transparency I want to present it for system integration. And what happens here? You can see we have sensing system, the IoT, as I told you before. This information is same as big data in huge databases, in data centers all over the world. They should be used in training AI and machine learning systems. And these systems, as a result of their training, can decide in a human-like, again, aspect, in a human-like behavior, but not as humans. Without human supervision, AI and ML cannot be trusted. A very important issue for AI now is trusted AI, reliable AI. We try, but we are far away from such a success. Sorry, for IoT, we will concentrate now in order to finish the presentation, also in the issues of security. I will present a research of mine. But IoT and AI are important most of all nowadays, and you see this in transportations and in autonomous vehicles that are under the way in the market. And so transportation efficiency and also services, improved services, lower costs in general in transportation can be achieved through this technology, IoT and AI technology. So transportation is one of the first things this technology brings into the market, but it's very visible for all of us. There are many things not visible in all this hierarchy. There is progress in every one of these. I don't have time to discuss the progress in each of these sectors, but what is very visible to us is that transportation is now improved due to the sensor network IoT that our car is employs, but also AI is employed in our cars, and autonomous vehicles, as you know, they are in progress, in good progress now. For the rest, I don't have time to speak, but there is progress. Not so much as in transportation. The issue of cybersecurity is closely related to all this discussion, and as you understand, we have we are in growing up a very big infrastructure of IoT all over the world. Smartphones is the most visible part of IoT technology. because a smartphone is an Internet of Things. They are all interconnected, and you know very well. All right. IoT and AI bring, of course, many benefits, but also many challenges. And one of the challenges with the connection is the possibility of hacking and attacks. Cybersecurity becomes a major issue that will affect our life at large, at a very large scale. And this is why much research is devoted to cybersecurity. We have, of course, the measures, and we have the technologies to withstand such attacks. Cryptography is one thing, secure protocols that you know in all transactions is another thing. But when we say about attacks, don't believe we are saying only about automatic attacks. This can bring only problems in denial of service. If you organize such attacks, you may stop services, which is very important, of course, but nothing else can be done through a denial of service attack. The problem is that the inside problem, employees, for instance, that are paid to harm the company, to harm the city, whatever, you know, you cannot stop evil. You cannot stop evil. You can watch, you can monitor, maybe, through cameras, through sensing technologies, through transactions tracking. You can search for evil, you can see, maybe, but we see that we are living now in an increasing violence world. All right, there are many, many ideas for this to answer, but this is not my field, and I don't want to spend time on this discussion, although it's very critical, because our smart cities should not be violent, should have respect, culture, and civilization. Can technology bring this? It's a huge discussion. But what I want to emphasize is that cybersecurity is a problem coming from people, from everything. It comes because we cannot control human behavior. We can control machine behavior, but we cannot control human behavior. And respect is not, as you all know, is not the prevalent ethics everywhere. I think it's a minority. The respect to one another is only minority issue. In the majority of cases, you see no respect. So cybersecurity, based on these facts, is a very important research. I've done such research very recently published in some journals. You can see in the right hand several kinds of attacks, classes of attacks, including, of course, denial of service, phishing, spying, and many other. I don't have time to explain all these kinds of attacks, but what I want to say is that the new technologies of deep learning can outperform, this is the conclusion of this research, can outperform classic methods like J48, which is decision tree approach, a very good approach. It's a part of artificial intelligence, decision trees, but deep learning is a more, let's say, recent technology. And you can see, of course, we are not all experts in this, but you can see improvements in true positives, you can see improvements in precision, in recall, in every aspect. We can see through this table with new technology of deep learning plus improved feature extraction methodologies that I'm using here, we can have nearly everywhere a one. You can see 100% nearly everywhere. Of course, this comes from a huge data set in IoT cyber attacking. It's a benchmark. There are other data sets, maybe more difficult, but here we have a real improvement for understanding the attacks. So the first issue is detection of attacks. But all this, and I'm concluding, is related to human behavior, actually. It's related also to conflict resolution, it's related to civilization. Technology gives us only the infrastructure, doesn't give us something more. Machine learning, deep learning, AI can bring us the tools and for helping us in our management, in our decision making, even in transparency and good governance. But will we follow their consultation? I have a lot of doubts seeing the current world because the world now is not in peace. It seems it's going slowly and gradually towards maybe a new world war. And this happens because, and I conclude with this, happens because we don't have respect of other approaches, other civilizations. Is the West a big problem because they want to impose everything to the others. They cannot accept that the others bring new values. They want to control everything. Controlling everything is a very old idea of emperors in the past. Now we cannot live with emperors. Why? Because the technology can democratize everything, can make everything transparent. And therefore, this is the reason smart may be not because the infrastructure, but because the new technologies can bring also something more, a democratization. You can vote, you can do and decide through direct democracy. Now with IoT, AI, everyone can vote for everything in real time. But who will respect the decision of the big? This is a big question. Thank you for your attention.
Recording stopped.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Is another incredible presentation. And may I request each and everyone to give the big hand for our Professor Dimitrios, sir, for such an incredible presentation in this platform. And truly, we have seen that very interesting topic considered for the presentation, application of the artificial intelligence, IoT, Internet of Things, and to bring our smart city. It's like the dream for everyone that whenever your voice command will give you all the access and everything will be, and very particularly mentioning here that the cyber security part, which is actually for more and more discussion and critical part of this all aspects, because whenever the technology we are considering, really the high technology and the smart cities are that one. So pros and cons will be there, and definitely the cyber security. And if someone is hacking our all system, what will happen? So these are really interesting topics to be discussed, and I think that now the topic is open for discussion. I would like to take the opportunity to invite here our global academicians for their comments, for their interactions. May I request Murad, the family sir, also, to share your viewpoints. If you have any questions, then you can also share your opinion here regarding the Professor Demetrius sir presentation. Over to you.
Thank you, Professor, for your project, this smart cities. But my question,
Recording in progress.
do the smart city keep its residents, the smart and the human? This is, why you're talking about that, mostly we start, losing many values because of the smart devices. First of all, let's say about the socialism, talking about, people being lazy, being selfish. So we have to balance, and knowing that artificial intellectual being, a tool for a human being, not to dominate, oppose, and forcing, everything and making us lazy and selfish. So my concern, because we don't have a city to decide to be smart or stupid. We don't have cities in Palestine. In Gaza, they demolish everything. So if we take you to decide for us which city we have to live in, I think you're not going to say a smart city. You're going to say, no, first of all, secure yourself and, start concern and talking to the people how to make yourself safe and living in a city. This is, it's the whole world concerned that how to secure the whole human being first, then decide in which city they have to live. And, let them decide to live in a tent or to live in a smart city or to live in a stupid city. But first of all, let's secure, and this is what you're talking about, the security. The security is the main issue. But by these greedy people who try to domain everything, who try to create the cities and decide which cities we have to live in, this is the biggest problem. We don't need a smart city, guys. We need a city or a tent to live in first. And, then we're going to decide is it smart or stupid, no problem. The first thing we have to start, secure ourselves and concern all of us to concern about everybody's life, everybody's safety. We don't have to start, looking for destroying each other. Before I'm looking for, a security system, I have to be good with my neighbors. I don't need a security system. I need to behave good and behave right with my neighbor. So after that, I don't need a security system. For what I need a security system if I'm good with a good relationship with my neighbors and I'm good with everybody. I don't need a security system. So before it's smart, the smartness city, I have to start being good with the neighbors and start looking for common things with everybody. Then I create whatever I want. So in our case as a Palestinian, 75 years they don't give us a chance to show our creativity, to show that we can build our own city. So in 1948, we have a port, we have airport, and go back to the history. Palestine was civilized, but now we are looking like they call us animals, human animals. That's why we have to stop. I'm sorry, I'm taking more than my time, but it's really you teasing me to talk, guys. It's a great subject. And we keep going back to the same point. If we're talking about sustainability in business, talking about smart cities, talking about civilization, it's going to the same point and going to the same evil who try to dominate, oppose his civilization, oppose his opinions, oppose his thoughts, and everybody. That's why intellectuals have to start fighting and looking for freedom to free their minds first. We under occupation, but nobody call it occupation, just us, the Palestinians. And we are lucky because our occupation physical. We see in them, we fighting with them, and we call us freedom fighters. But many intellectual people, they got occupied in their minds, guys. In their minds, you occupied in your minds. You can't be free unless you free your mind and say the truth and tell the truth. And thank you guys for giving me more than my time. Thank you. Thank you.
Difficult questions, difficult discussion. I agree with you. I respect the Palestinian people and their history, which is a tragedy since 75 years ago. We cannot solve. Actually, humanity should have done something for Palestine. Everything went wrong since 1948. We all know this. But you know, the biggest problem, in order to have respect to others, civilizations or humans, is to stop greediness. Greediness, for me, is the most important problem of humanity. Everyone, why do you don't have respect for your neighbor? Because you are very greedy. Because I don't want to name things, Israel, etc., or Russia, Ukraine, or whatever, but greediness is the problem. Dominance is the problem. So smart, secure, how to start? If we were old philosophers, we might be very disappointed. And we would say we should make a whole disaster and start from the beginning. We cannot, as we are now, we cannot proceed anymore. But I am a bit more optimistic because I believe that now with information that is possible everywhere, with technology that in real time can give access to people in order to decide. However, there is a problem here. The big ones control technology, and therefore they will not let us decide. When the problem comes to a decision and to respect their decision, not in a global level, even in a country level, they will say no, simply no, because they have the army, police, whatever. Coming to your, therefore, question, smart city or secure, it's not only security, we should also have resources for not rich life, but a moderate life, to have everyone to have food. So to secure food, you need communities with food security, security of their lives, and health management of resources. You need all these things. Smart or not smart? We believe in technology, the technological part of the world as academicians. We believe that the technology can give us access to tools that can bring food to all, but this poses other questions. Food now, as we have 8 billion people in the planet, is possible. Biotechnology and agriculture, modern technology can guarantee this. Security can also be guaranteed technologically. So what is missing? Since we have all the means. Simply, some they are so greedy, they want everything, and all the rest, we are poor. Poor pockets. And some of them, like you guys there in Palestine, you are very unlucky to be 75 years without state because you are in a concentration camp. All right, Gaza is a concentration camp, it's not a state. All right, to be honest between us. So, how to solve this? an old philosopher even would not think. And there is no solution. There is no easy solution. But nowadays, technology offers to everyone, to every state, the possibility to be big. Denmark, for instance, without resources, okay, without resources, has become big technologically because of the big pharma. They produce two only drugs. It's two medicine was a big and another one, and now they are rich. Now they become rich. Denmark, a very small country. Everyone, technology may democratize things, and therefore we can have the possibility to have not one power. A multi-powered world may bring peace, because if USA sees that China, Russia, Africa, Australia, I don't know who else, they are now in power, they have the technology, they have the power, they have the means, how then to impose things, how to dominate. So I cannot answer your question, but I see a future more optimistically, since we're not now in the emperor area. USA is in a decline, all right, is in a decline, and therefore other powers should be and should decide together now in a real international committee level and real international court level, not like United Nations as it is, in a real international level to decide and respect one another. It can be done. It can be done. But I don't know, in 100 years. Until then, I hope you will have at least some kind of better life than a concentration camp. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And that was, I think, a wonderful explanation also. And the questions about the IIT, that AI, then IoT, then also the philosophical viewpoint that we have discussed. And these are very important points that discussions going on. I would like to take the opportunity to unmute Dr. Sigvinder Singh here, the coordinator, to add your comment and interaction.
Thank you so much, sir. And I would like to congratulate Professor Stekax for this wonderful presentation about the smart cities and how the concept of the technology, how you can actually use the technology. It's a tool, so you have to make sure that you will engross those tools. And thank you, sir, for this wonderful and excellent presentation in Irtec 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Singh, for your such a wonderful message. And yes, truly, that whenever we are using practically, I am also sharing here, that's we are in Mumbai, say here, that in India also, that we have adopted. And now even the children, that whenever they want to get the song, they are using, please Alexa, play this song, and say whenever the person is coming, say at the lower door, you are in your own apartment, then you are making the voice come, and yeah, you can open the door. And we have seen that even the lighting, that's the dim lights, if it is a powerful light, the sensing the color, these are already being adopted. We have seen, and it's really making, I think, that is a life wonderful. That even the children also, they're learning that how to give the command and how to play their videos, how to use their televisions without touching the board. These are all things being adopted. And I think that this is the future. Truly, we have to adopt that one. Yeah, of course, some measurements should be there. Some we have to take the care about the cyber security. Hacking will be there, then there will be really, I think that it may be the very dangerous part for everyone's life if someone will hack our data, our personal information. And also, sir, I have seen explained about the machine learning and big data also, that how these are all useful. So in the nutshell, it was a really wonderful presentation, and in future, of course, each and every country will adopt the smart city concept, and it is not only to one domain. It has the health, it has this communication. Sir was also saying that here also that whenever we are driving the vehicle, if someone is coming nearer, that sensor is always beeping the sound, showing that the color that it is coming. So these are already, I think that during the adoption process, it is in under adoption process, and in future, we think like that definitely the technology is also providing the one of the best solution for our growth and for our civilization. And so now this is time to have the message from our Professor Dimitrios sir here in this platform. May I request you, sir, for one message, encouraging message to the researcher so that they can start their work in this particular research domain. Over to you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My message for the researchers in general is that AI and IoT and smart cities, they offer a possibility for multinational research, for many collaborations, teamwork, because especially smart cities reflect a lot of services, a lot of issues regarding life, everyday life, and all generations, regeneration also of life in the area. This research needs from chemistry, from medicine, from AI, ICT, all things of infrastructure, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, all sciences and engineering are together in order to build the new concept of smart cities. So it's an open field for new research, for integrating research, for applying research, and I believe it's a wonderful field for PhDs and not only for research of new researchers and so on. So believe in this field, believe in technologies, believe in the democratization that brings in all services. Technology cannot solve alone the things, but it brings us a bit closer to several solutions. And finally, because there is a danger here, technology and smartphones especially are ubiquitous, of course, can help us a lot. They are our digital assistants, but please, for the new generations, don't rely so much in your smartphone. Think as a human. Don't trust everything. Be in control. Don't spend your time every day scrolling. Stop and think. You can produce very good things. If you stop scrolling, if you stop seeing only movies, be not only an observer of the world, be an actor. Act now. So this was my message.
Thank you. Big hand, Professor Dimitrios, sir, and wonderfully explaining the smart city. And truly, it's maybe the topic for numbers of PhD scholars, even they're in postdoctoral research or in DSc Delhi. It is a really incredible topic. I would like to say we are also working on similar kind of project. That is the smart classroom projects is going on. That customization that we in future maybe we will discuss with our Dimitrios sir also. That is it's actually neat that whenever say in our work also we are trying to develop the patentable work that is actually the customization of the student for the smart classroom, because they are having the different standard of understanding, and all people are not understanding the things at the right time. So how we can bring them the different standard students can get the complete support by the use of AI, artificial intelligence, and of course the IoT based classroom, and definitely it will be the multidisciplinary research, not only the technology, which we have to see the impact, we have to see the healthcare also, that everything we are considering for this part. And whatever that we have seen today and discussed about the IoT and artificial intelligence, big data, machine learning, it's truly will change the world. In future, definitely we are adopting one after another technology, and it will give the opportunity to the researcher and academician to make the breakthroughs in their technology research. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing such a wonderful, incredible topic in this platform, and best wishes from our side. Always listen to it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
Mr. Dimitros sir made one incredible presentation, and here these are all that if you were working in the computer science, if you were working in electronics, communication, physics, especially the AI, then you can go for patent. This work will give you the opportunity to think about that how you can develop one new device which will work with the internet, okay, and how you can apply the AI to make it better, and something new will be there. Now this is time to move forward. And as we see that we are having actually the lunch break, but now today the lunch break will be not there, and because we are managing the time, and from 3 p.m. actually we are having the next session. So we are going without the lunch break also. So I would like to mention here in this technical session there are two parts: technical session 2 and the technical session 3 are coming. And here in technical session 2, we have the presentation by Dr. Manoj Kulkarni sir from Goa Medical College. And thereafter, we will have the presentation by Dr. Mary Johnson and from Vellore. And thereafter, Dr. Rupendra from Nepal, okay, Dr. Rupendra Man from Pokhara University, Nepal, and Dr. Bulus Pitikda from Africa. All right, so four presentations are here in the technical session 2, and thereafter we will have the Royal Golden Award ceremony, and we have the award winner also here. And today it's a very, I think that need the great attention that we are having the winner of the Stephen Hawking Award 2024, the Senior Scientist Award 2024, Best International Corporate Leader Award 2024, Best Female Scientist Award 2024, and the Excellence in Leadership Award 2024. So large numbers of nominations were there, and we got the selections from our reviewers, from our International Research Council, and congratulations to all the winners, those who are getting this opportunity. Now, I would like to take the opportunity for our starting the technical session 2, and here we will seek the availability of our presenter. So first, I would like to seek the presentation, actually, according to our agenda, that is Manoj Kulkarni sir. So I think here, Manoj Kulkarni sir is not present in this platform, and I think that he will join later. Then thereafter, I have to seek the availability of Mary Ambrasi Johnson. So Mary Ambrasi Johnson from Vellore, India. So I think that if Mary Ambrasi Johnson is here, okay, yeah, Johnson is here, I think that. So I would like to take the opportunity to introduce in front of you our next keynote speaker. Here, I will like to take the opportunity, yeah, the professor and the head from a nursing department and College of Nursing, CMC, Vellore, Dr. Mary Ambrasi Johnson in this platform as the keynote speaker. So may I request you all to give the big hand to our Mary Johnson madam here in this platform, and I'm pretty much sure that we will all enjoy her presentations. So thank you very much, madam, for joining us, and namaste from our side. Over to you.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving me this opportunity. And I would like to share the screen first.
Sure, sure.
Can you see my Please, sir.
No, madam, it is not appearing yet. Yeah, now it is appearing.
So at the outset, am I audible also, sir?
Yes, yes, you are audible, madam, and over to you. Thank you very much.
At the outset, I would like to thank the entire team, the organizing team, and
Recording in progress.
to be part of this team, and I'm so humbled as well, giving me this opportunity to present about the NAC journey of Pediatric Nursing Department, CNC Bellu. Actually, we have applied for this NAC accreditation 5 years ago, and we have been back and through. And in the institution, we got it done in 5 years ago. But in the College of Nursing as well, we wanted that to happen. So all of us have been working hard towards it, and I'm heading Pediatric Nursing Department, and therefore I would like to present the journey, how it went, and how we were able to get NAC accreditation for Pediatric Nursing Department in my own department. So, what is NAC accreditation? We all know that it is certification measured to evaluate and then guarantee a standard of education provided in the higher institutions across the nation. The University Grant Commission has issued a decree stipulating that every university and faculty must get certification by the council called NAC, the National Assessment and Accreditation Council. And so NAC accreditation focuses on improving the quality parameters of education. Unlike the traditional educational system, which aims to improve the overall development of students by helping them inculcate skills and knowledge via their education, now a lot of stipulations have been put forth by the NAC, and therefore we as a nursing college should adhere to all the stipulations that are put forth. And we must thank God that we were able to get A+. Actually, we are working hard towards it. Maybe interim analysis will be done in another 2 years' time, and we are aiming for A++. So, Pediatric Nursing Department, it's actually 170-bedded unit. Now, recently they've added 10 more beds. So, altogether we have 180 beds, and it is also having 11 wards with 18 super specialty services. Super specialties such as pediatric endocrinology, orthopedics, respiratory, oncology, adolescent eating disorders, unit, so the pediatric sexual abuse area, where we deal with those kind of children, and infectious disease unit, high-risk newborn unit, renal, gastro, endo, ENT, as well neuro, rehab, developmental pediatrics, emergency and well-being services, etc. So, milestones of Pediatric Nursing Department, if we see, in 2001, we actually moved on by the mercy of some donors. We got this hospital, this particular block, which came in 2001. So, we had to relocate to this new block, which is a maternal and child health block. And also, we started the nurse educators program in CNC Pediatric Nursing Unit. And in the year of 2006 again, one particular donor, he visited our hospital, and he said there should be an intensive care unit, and he was kind enough to make huge amount, and therefore we were able to initiate PICU in 2006. And in 2014, same way, someone else came in and they stepped in, and they were able to envision this pediatric HDU, and we were able to build in a pediatric HDU. And besides that, also, they told that we must have a pediatric fellowship program. Everybody should be trained. Pediatric nurses working in the pediatric intensive care unit must be trained, and therefore we started the pediatric fellowship program, which is a 1-year program after the graduation. And so that has been installed. And then in 2017, all the extended roles of the pediatric nurses, say like nephro nurses, IV nurses, cart nurses, ostomy nurses, pain nurse in pediatrics, neutropenic nurses, burns nurse, adolescent nurse, etc., all have been initiated in 2017, and now they're all running their course well. And in 2019, there had been an expansion of pediatric surgery, emergency unit. Actually, it was a 7-bedded unit, and now it has gone up to 30 beds, and as well we have started nurse and pediatric triaging, where phone calls, telephonic calls are made, and triaging is initiated by the nurse, and she takes total control over the pediatric triaging area. And also in 2022, just last year, we were able, year before last year, we were able to initiate a society called APNI, that is Association of Pediatric Nurses of India, and also POXO nurse. POXO is now being talked about, where child sexual abuse is becoming more and more common in most of the countries, and therefore this particular law has been passed, and therefore we have initiated an extended role of a PAPSO nurse. Besides that, eating disorder nurse, and also a specialty ICU. All this while we've been admitting children post cardiac surgeries and post liver transplant, renal transplant, and all in the regular ICU, general ICU. But now we thought we must have a 12-bedded ICU, and therefore that has been initiated. And other than that, in 2023 also we have extended some OPD services and few ward services and so on. And we from Toronto, one sick kids hospital, they visited and they said they will donate some around 500 crores, and therefore we have got that amount. And soon enough, in another 2 years' time, we'll be having a pediatric hospital, specialty hospital. It's all by the mercy of donors, and we are quite thankful to all the donors who are so kind enough to donate, and therefore we are able to extend our services to the children here. And regarding the education in pediatric nursing, UG course was established in the year 1946, and in 1956 PG course was established in PhD program in 2019, and pediatric critical care fellowship program in 2014, and APNI society which came in 2022 is also helping us with this process. So how many undergraduate students we have? We do have 100 diploma candidates, 100 BSc candidates, and we do have 50 post-diploma candidates and 50 post-BSc candidates and one fellowship candidate. And we also have MPhil program and PhD program for our students available. If they want to do it abroad also, they can take a study leave and go abroad and do, for which they have to seek sponsorship elsewhere. Otherwise, they can very well do a part-time. Full-time PhD program is not yet started in our college. This now, curricular aspects as such, like every other college, we also have master plans, clinical rotations planned, and calendars available, which are jetted out to the students, faculty and the students in the initial run itself. Beginning of the year, we do have course outlines, lesson plans, procedural manuals, which have been there, modules, quality manuals, and class tests are being conducted. We have a mark register for that, and class quizzes are being conducted, and they are evaluated. And clinical evaluations, practical examinations, keys conducted for the students. We have monthly, weekly meetings between the faculty as well with the students and with the staff members for their clinical performance and clinical cooperation. We also have the timetables put forth, and also we conduct various meetings for the students. And so, as I told already, we have different levels of students. PG students we have in pediatrics 5 plus 5, first in the 5. MS first year and second year, 5 of them. So what are the different teaching modalities that we follow in our college? We do have various modalities like in any other institution: lecture method, demonstrations, nursing rounds, bedside clinics, clinical case presentations, clinical teachings, nutritional demonstrations, and various other modes as well. Evidence-based nursing, problem-based nursing, critical thinking nursing, and all those are also incorporated. Simulation teaching and all that are incorporated. So if we take the role of a nursing teacher on a day-to-day basis, she helps in planning, implementation of the curriculum, she teaches the students, she supervises the students, she conducts periodical class tests and evaluates them, and she functions as a class advisor. Besides her teaching responsibility, she also is supposed to be taking care of the students as mentor, where she will, in the hostel, she has a role in playing as a hostel advisor. In the religious committee, she has to be mentoring the religious or spiritual growth of the student, and the extracurricular activities and SNA, student nurses activities, and so on. Besides that, organizing and periodical retreats, and at least 2 retreats we will have in a year and 1 picnic, and guiding the students for research work and play, and also implementing various other extracurricular activities like field trips or educational tools and all that are being taken care by the faculty. And coaching the students besides the time, like we finish our duty by 4:30, but most of the time the faculty stay back and help the students staying back, owning up them like their own children, and that's the time. And for every faculty, there will be 10 students allotted for mentoring. We do have foster parent, the foster teacher, like the students become our children, and foster system is also available for our students. In the clinical area, the faculty are supposed to do bedside rounds. They're supposed to initiate the start of the work through a prayer, and then they assign the patients, and then they correct their care plans, and quality comprehensive care, whether this is provided by the students is looked upon. They demonstrate and supervise procedures. They can also attend the doctor's rounds, and they report and they clarify the doubts of the students, and they mentor throughout the day. to be discipline the students like any other institution we do have. We, by and large, our students getting into a kind of trouble, it's very unlikely to happen because the teachers are there to support them, mentor them, and counsel them. But once in a while, they do go wayward, and therefore we do have system in place as discipline system where oral warning, memos, suspensions, and so that they will be. But most of the time, it doesn't happen. Once a month, we do have a disciplinary meeting by the dean, and also in the hospital area, we have through the nursing superintendent. And as I told, we do follow various techniques like case studies, simulations. Our students do problem-based learning, evidence-based learning, journal presentations, field visits, role plays, group and individual projects, demonstrations, help educators, workshops, debates and incidental teachings, and so on. Journal reflections, teleconferencing, conferences and workshops, small group discussions, educational tools, panel discussions, clinical pathways, and enable them to come out with nursing standards and protocols and guidelines. So we do follow different kinds of teaching modalities to encourage them to be part of it so that they will learn and they will become good teachers in the future. We also pay field visits like Anganwadi visits. We take them as pediatric portion. We take them to various orphanage homes, pressures, and what are the different teaching technology we use. We use YouTubes, we use LCDs, Google technology, simulation labs, libraries available, lecture halls are available, and so on. So our results, by God's grace, we should say that almost all the candidates pass. Maybe one in undergraduate program, one or two fail, and we follow the big students up and we help them by conducting parent-teachers meeting and having a one-on-one counseling and teaching for them. And besides that, our nursing faculty, they function as nurse specialists in their own area, either they are MSc or PhD nurses. They work as nurse managers and also they participate in research work and also they participate in nursing administration, either as nursing superintendent or deputy or so on. And each of them have their own nurse specialist roles as well. And each of us are given a particular area to take care. Say, for example, I am taking care of the pediatric intensive care unit. We also have other extended roles like birth nursing, nephro nursing, stoma nursing. So all these nurses, they at least 5-6 nurses will be in each extended role project, and so we supervise them and we make sure that the cares are catered to the children and we follow them up. We conduct camps as well. So mentoring process is taken up by our teaching faculty, and that also is a kind of supportive thing. Besides that, we also have a PhD program, as I told you. It's part-time PhD program as of now. So we can be guides or we can be co-guides or we can also be reviewers in the journals, and also we participate in the institutional IRB. And actually, we are encouraged more. We have 360-degree evaluation for the faculty, like in any other place, and they are evaluated by the students. We do self-evaluation. We are evaluated by the dean, and also we are done peer evaluations. And we do receive major grants from other countries, and we have fluid grants within the country as well, where we are enabled to do projects, and also our students are encouraged to do projects. We conduct various workshops, local, national, and international level, and various community programs are also encouraged, like Children's Day program, Independence Day program, and Easter public celebration, day celebrations, Christmas program, or any other celebrations like Diwali, ORS week celebration, all the world days like breastfeeding week, autism day, immunization week, adolescent week, and where we conduct these programs, we do walkathons, we do TV talks and also newspaper advertisements on that. NSS activities are encouraged for our students, and we do conduct camps and things like that. And also we observe the dates like Independence Day, Children's Day, Republic Day celebrations, and so on. So by and large, the faculty contribute their best to the enlightenment and for the benefit of the students, and therefore the students have a kind of good coping mechanism. We do have alumni. Each department has its own alumni, and also we have alumni for the entire college as well, where throughout the world, various countries who have passed out from here, they help in, and also we do in return help them by conducting various classes, online programs, and things like that. And we also take care of the health of the students, and as well we have our own health benefit programs and leave benefits, financial assistance are obtained through the administration, and we have faculty development programs, and we are keen on innovation. And so we have planned for some of the future plans, and we are working on it by producing more modules, producing more online classes and online interactive class things and all that. So that's how faculty are participating in the intense learning for 25% of time, 25% in the administration, 25% in the clinical area, and as well 25% is taken out for the research work. Thank you very much once again for giving me this opportunity, and having been part of the team. I'm learning quite a lot from all of you, and I'm humbled so much to be part of the team. Once again, I thank each and every one of you. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
I would like to congratulate Mary Johnson ma'am for her incredible presentation. That was really wonderful presentation in the post-lunch session of this Irtec. And here I would like to take the opportunity to have one message from Dr. Sukhbinder Singh for Mary Madam's presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for meeting me. From the outset, I would like to congratulate Mr. Mary Johnson, ma'am, for first of all, congratulations. Hard work always takes, definitely. Second part is very important since in any college, especially in the nursing field, the development is very critical in terms of the awareness and also the teaching part. So your evaluations, your feedbacks, it's actually creating more and more powerful tool for the learning part as well as their skills. Now you have a PhD, a research program is also there. So I would wish you good luck. And of course, from Edoxia, we always want that in terms of the collaborations part, we always try to encourage, especially focus on the NAC accreditations, in terms of the colleges and the universities, so that they can uplift and they can also contribute towards the society in a real sense. They maintain the standards. High standards should be maintained so that they can learn and execute. So thank you, ma'am, and congratulations. And I'm sure the A++ will be also very soon. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Singh, and I would like to request our Professor Dr. Rajesh Kanur sir also to add his comment for Mary Johnson ma'am presentation.
Thank you, madam, for unmuting me. Good afternoon. I congratulate Dr. Mary Johnson, madam, for her very insightful presentation and how they got an NAC accreditation in nursing college, especially related to pediatric nursing. Of course, it is one of the very well-known institution. Also, they are striving for excellence. And with this, our collaborations and meaning with the thinkers and also in a global base, it will be answered a lot. Thank you, madam. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Kanur sir, for your message. And now we would like to proceed to the next speaker. Here, I would like to unmute Dr. Rupendra Man Raj Karnikar sir from Pokhara University, Nepal. So I would like to check the availability of Dr. Rupendra sir. Yes, sir is already with us. So I have unmuted the device of Dr. Rupendra sir. And yes, yes, sir. You are on. Yes, sir. You are.
First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks and gratitude to President Professor Dr.
Recording in progress.
Academic Director, Professor James Joseph, to VC, Professor Dr. Khalid Mayo, Professor Dr. Rajesh D. Konur, Vice President Dr. Pratisha Kumari, European Antonio Josio, Coordinator Dr. Sukhbinder Singh, and Dr. Maritus Cruz, and entire our ADCM members. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to one and all present here. Thank you for providing such an informative session as a keynote speaker. This is Dr. Rupendraman Rasanikar. So before I'm going to share my slide, let me introduce myself. Actually, I have done my bachelor's from Singapore in computer science and master from Philippines in IT and PhD from Italy. So today, I'm here to share with you my new research. Previously, I have done in my PhD, I did ideas for IoT, but now another research because I have in my mind that now let's do it in artificial intelligence in ideas. Okay, so that we can merge all of those things and maybe in near futures we can do more better for upcoming students also. Where I'm teaching also, I can also help to our students Okay, without any delay, I'll share my. Man, can I share my presentation now?
Yes, you can share.
Recording stopped.
Is it visible, man?
Yes, it is visible and you can continue.
So,
Recording in progress.
nowadays is a AI era and robotics era. Uh, when we talk about the internet history, okay, so it's already introduced 1960s, and in 1970s, the file sharing it has already done, whereas TCP/IP standardization is already done in 1982. And digital society is a modern society in adoption and integration of information and communication technologies, where we are using in every homes, recreation, work, and education. New innovative, which are very good to adopt an integration of advanced technology that will reshape our industry, economy, culture, society. So internet, cloud, mobiles, big data, AI, those technologies offer big opportunity to each and every person. Before it is a internet era, but now it's because of AI era. Uh, Not only the technical people only, so everybody has opportunity to work on that, to take advantages, to take some facilities, and we can do many more on that in terms of okay, transportation, education, energy, hospital, agriculture, GPS system, and many more we can do. Uh, well, okay, so this is actually I have done for the new research, the abstract, the AI for AI in IDS, the cyber crimes nowadays is even though every day we have to discuss with the children because some students they are still not aware of it, and it's happening every day. And nowadays also because of AI also is very difficult to handle those things. And AI is the people they are creating many uh, the crimes also. Like later on, I will also show you about uh, how the AI is like password is cracking within uh, 60 seconds. So that means 1 minute. So it's very tough now, and especially nowadays the children they are insecure because a few years ago I have already faced with a I think they are only grade 9 means they are only 14 years 15 years old only, and most of the children nowadays they know how to create social media accounts, and even though it's an age bar is there, but they know how to crack it, and they will change their data point. So due to those reasons, some children they don't know how to provide, they don't know how to secure their accounts. Okay, so due to that reason, some unknown people, they will do some harassment and doing some bullying. And that lady was, somebody has did like that because they are asking some pictures, some videos, and because of AI also nowadays, now it's more dangerous because AI will generate automatically that defamation is a part of that. So we can do defamation very easily with the help of AI. Okay, so that is a part of the cyber security also. Due to that reason, also the people they will do harassment. Okay, on that to especially this kind of the girls. Okay, I will upload this kind of the things. Otherwise, you have to give me some money. They will demand for money, and they are threatening to others. So because of that, I come to the this AI in ideas just to protect. Okay, especially for cyber crimes, and we can do a lot uh, with help of AI as well. And of course, the ideas, yes, there is ideas always to help to secure our network. Aside from that, because of the new technologies came, we have to also introduce and we have to collaborate with our old technology actually. So in Nepalese context, so this is what is going on in our country. Okay, so population actually we have 30.72 millions, whereas mobile users we have 42.78 millions are there, and social media 12.6. So that means the mobile users are the higher than population, and due to that also we can also guess that see how the people they are misusing. A while ago, the one of the our sir also told, doctor also he has also shared about okay the technology in the scrolling, the using the
आवाज मत
mobile
करो
too much
please.
using is not good. Yeah, even though people we know, but still we cannot control. Even the teachers we are telling to students, but still it's happening and still it's a hack by some other people. So different countries, there are some students they are doing the research on that and uh, they will be very happy to doing this kind of the cracking to others, right? And when we talk about in the 2023 in the minutes, okay, the Facebook see is a 44 millions. They are doing some live stream. When we talk about the YouTube, so 3.67 millions the videos are watched in 1 minute. So in 1 hour, in one day, we cannot 2 minutes. So it's really difficult. Okay, because of social media, it's very popular, and I'm not saying that social media those are okay. It's bad. We have to use, we have to utilize also in the education because so many nowadays because doctors, engineers, everybody they are using simulator. So because of that simulator also, they are learning without real practice also, and some army, some marketing. Okay, so all of those are is a uh, we can take advantage of that because of AI. Okay, so it's a new technology already in the world. And I have come to the mind that okay, IDS. Why IDS? So actually, IDS is an intrusion detection system that is a guard. Okay, because many of the people in the home actually we don't use. Some organization also some companies they don't use also this kind of the security system. And if you don't use, then they'll be in trouble. So I would like to recommend to everybody that even the hospital, college, university, the company, we should use this kind of the technology to protect okay our data because our data and informations are very very important. Okay, if someone will misuse means okay we are in trouble. So we must use this kind of the new firewall system IDS, and if we implement AI into this IDS, then will be much more better because it works in the real time. Uh, and I have here the statement of the problems like so because in the cyber crimes, okay, there are so many problems will be there like security breach, misusing some robotics, supply chains, denial of service attacks, crypto hijacking, spyware, and ransomware, black holes. Okay, uh, hackers attack are like the emergency. So many people they will also the IoT also because the hackers they will if they will hack IoT system then what will happen? Because nowadays many of the people they are using IoT system. Okay, so we can also use to control that IoT with help of IDS also, and if we implement AI also on that, it will be much more better. I think the found
It's not as secure as you think. Did you know that most passwords can be cracked in less than 60 seconds? That's right. Your passwords are not as secure as you think. According to a shocking recent study, the latest AI technology can break most of the passwords in minutes, if not seconds. In this video, I will show you how this technology works and what you can do to protect yourself from a possible disaster. So watch this video till the end. Let's get started. It's undeniable that AI brings many benefits to our daily lives. but nothing prevents evil parties from leveraging it for malicious purposes, such as cracking passwords to steal your data. Gone are those days when hackers used to rely on techniques like brute force, keylogging, and social engineering to break your passwords and steal your data. These techniques are not enough to crack passwords that are long, complex, and random. Now, we have some scary tools that use AI and machine learning to guess your passwords with ease. One such
So those are the fast scan is one example where for the cyber security we can use the many people I think are they using these. And next one is I was thinking because many people nowadays already utilizing the drone, and if we have connected everything that into the cloud, so that means is a cloud means is the internet, internet. So that refer to cyber. Okay, it might be some dangerous. So we have to integrate, we have to utilize that one in a positive vibes. If not, then maybe some people they will misuse. And this kind of the drone really help a lot because 100 stories of building, how to clean mirrors. Before the people, they are the one who's hanging on there and they are clean. But nowadays, because of drone, how easy is that? So I'm scared not to hack by others. So I have here very few seconds videos on that also. It's kind of the drone really helpful. It will, the life, it will save the other's life, right? And here the main objective of my study is to develop a methodology to design the specialization, okay, in IDS that can detect attacks on their protection. And scope and limitation, this AI in IDS that will help. Okay. Number one, it will detect some anomalies, okay, in zero attacks. And number two, we can also use some machine learning modules to check the on behavior, okay, on understand behaviors. We can also detect, and also it helps to detect some network traffic, okay, using the known signatures, and also it enables to detect hidden threats. And last but not least, it offers cloud-based deployment features to leverage the benefits of cloud computing. So that's the main scope. And limitation, when we talk about the limitation, because like this kind of the technology, sometimes we cannot control. Okay, it's very difficult to secure the security. So it is good to, okay, it is appropriate security measures are essential. That's the limitation because like example the drones, all of those are actually is developed for good things, but if some people they are using for the negativity way, okay, so we cannot control on that. For that reason also, if you have a data set, all of those things, if you have a database, then maybe in future is of course it will be very easy to handle those things. For example, for the cyber crimes, if password is there, are they going to hack in the second? So what to do now? So they will just basically the users they will just use IP addresses and then they will connect to domain and they will try to access information. So here, what we can do in our research is maybe we will use some AI to protect different methodologies, anomaly based or deep learning based or machine learning based, signature based. So this kind of the methodology we can use to detect that kind of the unknown users, and maybe we'll request ISP, ACNIC, Asia Pacific Network Information Center, which is handle IPs from Australia. Okay, so in every region they have this kind of the things. If you are collected all of those information, and then we store in the database, and we will train to the AI, okay, how to check all of those things, because people nowadays, some people, they will use VPN also. It will be very difficult to track. Some people, they maybe at home, at colleges, at offices, they will block some website, but they know, okay, how to track all of those things, and they will use VPN, and they don't know what will happen if they will use VPN. So this kind of the things also we have to we have to give awareness program to each and every, even in the college, university, in every year, every semester. I think if you share this kind of the things, that will also help a lot. And of course, if you have this kind of problems, and if you measure using the different technique, there is a possibilities to control cyber crimes. Especially, I'm worried about the children, because the children, they are sweet, they are innocent, and they don't know what to do. They don't know okay actually what will happen. They will enjoy only suffering. So for that case also, if we train to the AI, okay, maybe the farmer will help a lot to the people. Conclusion in my this new strike, okay. So AI in IDS helps identify anomalies in network. Also, it takes some necessary countermeasures to ensure the safe and reliable operation in real time. It also protects the network from intruders and malicious attacks. It enables and controls most of those vulnerable to protect our information. Yes, okay. Therefore, it creates positive thinking to fulfill the main objective of the security. Okay, so those are some references I have, okay, from me. Thank you so much.
Recording stopped.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And that was another incredible presentation by Dr. Rupendra from Nepal, from Pokhara University. May I request everyone to give the big hand to Dr. Rupendra for such an incredible presentation in this place. And truly, the topic is really incredible that you have selected is always consideration. It's always involves that about the intrusion detection system that IDC, and whenever it is coming to the security level, that is the cyber security, and also the tricks that you have already explained here, we have seen that, and also I would like to appreciate your wonderful the slides, that the eye-catching slides were there. We have seen that numbers of that videos included there, and realistic that presentation. I would like to take here opportunity for the discussion. I would like to unmute Dr. Subinder Singh here, Minister, to add your comment.
Thank you so much, sir, for inviting me. I would like to congratulate Dr. Rupendra Rajkarkar, sir, for wow.
Recording in progress.
Excellent presentation. It is very informative, especially in the context and also the cause. We have to realize the cause of the research to the prediction. Of course, nowadays, as highlighted, that in Nepal, I was actually baffled that there are more users than the population. So this is a very unique stat. And of course, for our young children, the kids, those who are teenagers, when they are into the social media, and how much this cybercrime is actually happening and increasing, especially in the context of the young generation. So excellent approach and superb slides. I mean, this is excellent presentation, sir. And thank you so much for presenting in Irtec 2024. What a wonderful presentation, and congratulations to you. Excellent. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Singh, for such a wonderful message. And yes, truly, the presentation was incredible. And you have touched very important points there. And regarding especially that your security system that you are explaining, and cybercrime, that as a repeat increasing of the cybercrime in all the countries there, and definitely it is becoming the big challenge for all of us. So may I now request you to add your comment as a keynote speaker message from your plate.
Okay. So, in this new era, I would like to share my message to everyone that we have whoever is conducting the classes in every universities or school colleges. I think we have to conduct this kind of cyber security seminars. Okay, once a year, so that uh, awareness program. This is an awareness program because without willingness also is happening. Even in our the home also is everybody's, and they don't know how to use the password. Sometimes the password is cracking. There are too many reasons out there. Some people they just use only the dictionary word only, and that kind of the password is AI will crack within a minute. So we have to teach, okay, how to use that kind of password. Example, two-factor authentication, and that also helps to send the OPT codes, and that will also protect our social media, our web server also, website also, emails also. So this kind of things, over this program we have to share with students, and we have to also use even the not only students, everybody. We have to use complexity password. Okay, so we cannot use password as a toothbrush because password cannot be shared. The new generation, the students, they are happening. Okay, give me a password, otherwise I will not talk to you. And the boyfriend girlfriend they are sharing their password, and later on they will be victims by some others. So I would like to request everyone that please uh, conduct this kind of cyber security programs in every places. That will be really helpful for especially for new generation the students, because we have to care those new generation. They are the futures. And thank you, of course, the leaders here for providing this kind of a wonderful platform. Really appreciate it. And of course, I'll be in not with leaders here, and I'll be helping also whatever I can do. I'll be doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Rupendra Man from Pokhara University, Nepal. We have for you, and truly saying some very important points. That first is the first. Your password is should not be shared as a like your first. It's truly alphanumeric password. We have to adopt that one. It's not the length of the password. Our all I think audience here, the viewers should use that one. Use alphanumeric, and then it will take time to crack your password. If you are using your social media, you are using your Gmail account or other accounts, because hackers know how to go for that decoding of your password. So therefore, it is very important to have the numerical numbers in between that one. Symbols, use the symbols at the red hashtag, and the capital letter, small letter, these should be there. And if possible, you can go with the two steps OTP. It is also mentioned by Dr. Benrazi. That's it will be a good one if you are having access to your mobile and you can keep safe, because internet is a blessing, but it can be very very dangerous if we are not understanding to use it with our security. This is very important point, and what was explained. Thank you very much for such a wonderful presentation. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
So we have seen that Dr. Rupendra Man Rajkumarnikar from Pokhara University, Nepal, made a wonderful presentation about the AI and the Internet of Things, and of course the cyber security. Thereafter, we will have the presentation by another global academicians and from the Institute of Information Management, IIM Africa. So here, may I request Dr. Dulus Pitigda here to unmute from your side, and we would like to welcome you with the big hand from our side to Dr. Dulus Pitigda from Africa, from the Institute of Information Management, IIM Africa. So here we would like to seek the availability. Here we have unmuted you. Thank you for joining, and namaste from our side. You can start your presentation. May I request Blue speaking there to you can go with the video on mode also if possible. If your internet will allow you to go with the video on mode, it will be good. And we have again unmuted you. You can unmute from your side. You can sync your audio. If your internet allow, you can go for your presentation. So we're waiting for your presentation here. Thank you for unmuting. Now you can sync your audio. Right? We are not receiving your sound here. You are not audible. So I think that Dr. Baluz Pitigda from Africa, he is facing maybe some issues with the internet because he was trying to unmute his device and unmuted, but we are not receiving any sound. And I do not know that whether your internet connection will allow you to switch on your video, or otherwise we will move forward to our next session. And we are waiting for Baluz Pitigda. And if Dr. Baluz Pitigda is not able to unmute, I think that we will move forward to welcome our Royal Golden Award winner. And it is actually from 4 p.m. to our 5 p.m., but I think that we will go for announcement. And today we would like to take the opportunity to go for the Royal Golden Award ceremony here. And so before starting this one, we are having some few minutes. I would like to take the opportunity to unmute our register also so that he can share that the importance of the Royal Golden Award, what is the Royal Golden Assembly, and how it is very, very important for international global presenter, international the global leaders, and being the part of our Royal Golden Assembly. They are getting so many benefits from our organization. And European Research University Newcastle and the European Research Center India always trying to reduce the gap between the industry and the application field to the traditional academics. So here we go for starting of our Royal Golden Award ceremony. That is some selected from our Research Council, selected global leaders are there. May I request our Dr. Sukhbinder Singh to share some few words regarding the Royal Golden Award. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable President Sir, for unmuting me. And yes, in terms of today's and our Irtec 2024, the day one session, we are celebrating the success of academicians and global leaders and the awards for Royal Golden Fellow. Yes, in Oxia International, we always want to make sure that our royal, those who are having a real contribution in academics and research and innovation and science and also in engineering and all the fields of research, once they have an excellent contribution, we should celebrate their success. We should learn and get inspired from them. And today in our Royal Golden Fellow, new inductions, and we have started this Royal Golden, especially the Frail membership, in terms of the recognition and the award which we are honoring them. Of course, it is a very tough process. The nominations will be there, tough. And our central organizing committee, especially from the research councils, are taking account not only their excellent academic performances, but also their contribution towards the society, as well as their contribution towards the inspiring the young generation for the research. That is how you become a Royal Golden Fellow. So I would like to congratulate the new inductees today, and they will be now assigned in our Royal Golden awards, and of course in our Frail Assembly, and they will be invited to our all, of course, as a guest editor in our ISSN and our ISBN journals. They will take the leading role. They will be the leaders in our all journals and our all societies, and of course with their contribution they will inspire. They will also get a chance to our international digital campus. They will be the co-authors, and it will give them the wings, and it will also take them to the new level of Edoxia, especially in the context of inspiring young scholars. So once again, I would like to warm welcome and congratulations to today's winners. And we also say that in every category, there are so many nominations in every category. And of course, our committee will always decide Sometimes there will be some ties, so we will look into the CV, we look at into the publications, we look up at their extracurricular activities, their contribution towards society, towards students, towards institutions, towards as a whole humanity, and then they will be inducted in our Royal Golden Award. So welcome to Royal Golden Award ceremony in Edoxia Research Center, India, and Edoxia Research University. Thank you, sir, for leading me, and we can start the today's session for some wonderful, exciting academicians across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for explaining our Royal Golden Award. Truly, it is giving the opportunity to the global academicians to come into the single umbrella so that they can share their thoughts, they can go for their editorial board membership, they can become the leader, they can go for editing book, they can be in the board of studies, they can be in the academic senate of our European. And the other societies also, research societies. We are having around 52 research societies in different domains, and they can be the part of that research society also. And as we see that, as per our agenda, actually, it will be started at 4 p.m. and we are having around 10 minutes. And you can see here, Dr. Bildus Petigdesser from Africa join us with the video on mode. We would like to check the availability if Bildus Petigdesser can go for his presentation. Short presentation, then it will be wonderful because he is one of the keynote speaker there in the agenda. So I have unmuted you, sir. You can say yourself that thank you for unmuting and welcome you for our Irtec 2024. Thank you for joining.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm quite sorry for what has happened. I was having unfortunately. Thank you so much for this. Oh, okay.
Yes. So you can go presentation. Yes, sir.
Yes. So let me share my screen.
Yeah. You can share the screen.
Is it visible?
Yes, it is available. Yeah. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning from Nigeria.
Recording in progress.
I would like to express my sincere appreciation to patron, Professor Sekia, the chief patron, and patron Professor Joseph, and also convener Dr. Khaled, and Professor Rajesh. I also want to express my sincere appreciation to Ruben and Dr. Patricia, the coordinators, Dr. Sokwenda and Marifu, and all other academicians who are present in this quest. We'll be talking about multidisciplinary research in Africa, in Europe, Asia, and also Africa. But the focus will be from industrialization and globalization perspective. I don't actually pick class as we played up in general management, and also specialize in that big data management. I'm also an expert in finance, also an expert in software accounting systems, and that's that. And we'll start by what actually this when we're talking about this multidisciplinary research. There is not really other research method that could be emphasized in this globalization like this multidisciplinary research. It is actually not just prophetic approach, but also the own form of development, even if it is accidentally assembly in our today's globalization. By implication, other things you can see it as North Carolina State University sees it as a disciplinary research. Multidisciplinary research is an investigation of a problem to test the hypothesis combining many approaches, fields, or academic methods. And from this one, you can see that when you're talking about multidisciplinary research, you're talking about where you bring in different disciplines and combine them together in searching for the truth to get a learning with the aim of achieving an objective from different disciplines. Now, with this, you know that once you have a broader objective and you are bringing up different disciplines to ensure that you're using multidisciplinary research. can be determined by this one here. You see a single discipline research has objective that is one, and then you see this is different discipline that was singular. But when you come to multidisciplinary research, apart from the goal shared objective that you can see that has, there's an umbrella covering that's the second this thing. There's an umbrella that is covering all those monolithic shared knowledge. And when you come down to interdisciplinary, you see that it's a monolithic shared knowledge, but it's viewed from different angles. Like if you have social science, if you are talking about social science, there are different disciplines that come together to make up social science. And if they have one objective or goal or shoot, and it is that, then you say, okay, that's an interdisciplinary. The same convergence also use principles and combination of that also do their own. But one peculiar thing about multidisciplinary research based on this diagram that it has an clear thing that in our mind. We also see the trends in this in Asia, Europe, and Africa. Now, for instance, you can see that this kind of research actually it has been being in practice globally. It's not you see it being put to practice, and it's also becoming an increasingly prevalent against multidisciplinary research these days. Most from 2000 today, most researchers always prefer most discourse around research is multidisciplinary, and then it's multidisciplinary research. When you come also, it is the hope of developing countries. And if countries want to develop, they must key to it. What I of it is that it is a topic of discourse and exploration among researchers, just like what we are doing now. It is also the trust of research conference in recent times. Most recent times, as I said, you see them focusing on multidisciplinary research. You discover that, but it has some certain things that need to be viewed critically. Like, for instance, you're talking about the drawing of the objectives. Majority of this discourse are the objective of multidisciplinary research. When you go through most of the papers, you discover that the objective is usually drawn narrowly, or it is narrow scope. Then lack of coherence in sometimes you discover that most of the objectives are not clearly understood, and you see some gaps between those areas. And then you see lack of oversight or meaningful review and evaluation of the work. And sometimes some of those things that if you check them, they are not properly done. But then there's a perspective that we need to see. Basically, a good perspective into two: industrialization perspective and globalization perspective. Now, when you're talking about this industrialization perspective, you're talking basically it goes to do with improvement in terms of industries. When you talk about 17th centuries, where Britain was known because of industrialization, and technically you discover that they were using mechanization in terms of production.
Okay, you may come back to your home.
In the globe and work, including research and academics, are tilted.
Make a line and leave.
Industrialization. And it also give back to the lot of
one by one. ये GNM पहले बैठ जाइए, BSc को जाने दीजिए पहले.
This is the
fourth semester silently, वरना फिर बैठा दूंगा भी.
The globe, a village, whereby one thing that is done anywhere can be interpreted or viewed in every place, and this is championed by technology as more. Then you talk about unlike the industrialization that was more of mechanization.
This one is GNM
technology. And
अमन लाइन से जाओ सारे.
Certain
लाइन से जाना.
Sure. So transformation perspective, whereby the whole state should be gradually, the change should be gradually improved, and we talk about skeptic perspective, where you are skeptical about the movement of the globalization, and then you have a hyper globalist perspective, whereby they believe that everything should be globalized, so that you see them having this, you see as a community. Then you talk about constructive perspective, where we look at the social angle of it. How do you present your work, and how do you present your problem, or how do you present your objective, or how do you present those things that you study in terms of language, one picture, and that's where the social construct comes in. Then if you look at all the
हाँ ओके ओके कोई बात नहीं स्टार्ट हो जाएगा
हम रिकॉर्डिंग कर रहे हैं ना एप्पल फिर रिकॉर्डिंग चल रही है ना तो लेट इट बी रिकॉर्ड अच्छा आई हैव टू साइलेंट कीप ऑन
Recording in progress.
What is the base of Western civilization, older civilizations, and now the reason was that most of people approach are actually from the point of view that the industrialization essentially it reduces my body clock B and C other components are not this block and so thinking and research work and gradually the discourse of multidisciplinary research always kept within those spheres. They are not globalized in a sense that so it reduces the mindset of thinking of people to a unit, not complete rhythm. And that's why you see this conference is very, very important because the local now having known it, if you have an idea of data you discover, if you cannot just close up a community in a box now. Whatever happens in the developed nation goes down to the developing nation and to remote areas with the presence of technology. And then everybody interprets this thing from his own point of view. And so if you craft a research question with an enclosure or specificity, you discover that you have a problem when it is being implemented globally. But most discourse now but thank God now for platforms like this one that we are having, we are able to discuss these things and we are bringing growth as a community, and then we see those things generally. And then if you look at it again, you can see the nature of many research questions that I said, they are often narrow and creating problems. And as modern researchers, we need to widen and advantage of technology to be able to do that. We have and it has also come to stay. That's why you see a lot of communication. Even this conference that we are doing is also making emphasis to it too. And it should be something that it's very, very contributing. Now, I want to just use migration to elaborate also how this is used globally. Now, if you look at this diagram that's here, from the economic point of view, if you look at Africa from this angle, you discover that their production is less than their billions. If you look at Asia and America, majority of the colors there, those their GDP is in trillion. It means that they have better movement, standard of living. But then the issue there again is that, but in their discussion and in their pursuit, in their research work, their effort, in their development effort, because you cannot divorce research from development. And in their development, this thing you discover that they took a part of industrialization, and you discover that you see, especially in Africa, you see it looking below, majority of it is looking below the billion of GDP. But we are not seeing any, because of this singular the migration from Africa to other parts of the world is high. And then a lot of people are dying. What would have happened if they were thinking from the Europe? What would happen to Africa? And then they think from that perspective, and certain states are taking toward Africa and other places that has their development less than this thing. What would have happened? The story would have been different altogether. For instance, the concept of putting in this research using technology and cutting all these part of the globe, and it's has given me here in Nigeria, and I'm making a presentation to the whole globe, and it makes me communicate from where am I So there was no need for me to migrate or to live here to go to any part of the world to do something. There was a trend that happened during COVID-19 where you see people moving from more industrialized areas to villages where there are fewer people to be able to make a living. That taught a very good lesson that actually if globalization is turned into that context and research are done within those areas, we will reduce migration along the globe, and we will also have a lot of stability in Africa, and then even the industrial development too can also come to Africa. Then you can see the figures here. You see Africa, Nigeria is the biggest economy. You see it in billion. You come to Asia, you see billions. To Europe, billions. North America, you see billions. All these things, the line was thinking right from 17th century up to date. Major thinking and focus are usually from the perspective of interdisciplinary research or unilateral research setting or other component, but multidisciplinary research is not given much this thing. So you need to have such kind of this. I'm using this because just using migration as an example of other global topics that would have been considered from a multidisciplinary research perspective. I would have said this thing. And the other good thing that is there again is that these kind of researchers are those who set things for development, for any form of development. Because when you put on a lot of information there, policies are shaped to accommodate that, and reasonings are shaped to accommodate that. Now, for instance, the Africa, what we have there is only product their product their economy is for living. You cannot acquire development, standard of living. You cannot stop migration with kind of economy. Should be a service or value chain. Has to be. This was to have migration and people continue to die. But Mediterranean Sea become a major debt trap because of those kind of problems that we are having. So there is need for us to think from that perspective now, and it has become a problem now that the West is also challenged with this problem of migration. And then if you look at their approaches to the problem of migration, they are also still thinking yet from the perspective of whether the Corn of Africa, and then you see them building walls. But in conferences like this, by the time we put on a lot of information, why can't you develop the same thing within the same setting so that you discourage migration? Since major migration factors that are in the migration are economic, and once the economy is stiffened,